KBG has decided to go in towards blue side. Umbrella Squad going to be on the red side. And honestly, considering how the last draft went, I'm pretty surprised with how much that KBG specifically has grown. I mean, the way that they draft, I think it's really smart utilizing these flex picks. I think that the end goal at the end of the day, the idea is definitely there.
I think they also suffer from the lack of experience. We've already mentioned it again and again. But before, we talked about the rotations and the decision making. But now, even in the team fight flexibility, it seems like they know, hey, one guy engages, the rest does damage, there's follow-up, but they can't get creative with it. They can't take turns, for instance, with 2 engage tools and confuse their opponents by switching it up on them.
How many months has it been since they have access to the game? I think it's like what, three-ish. I can't. Let's round it up to 4 for the sake of numbers, right? 4 months of the game. So I'm guessing that it's difficult for KBG to really express themselves mechanically in the game just yet.
Yeah, but KBG is not as experienced as the international teams or like the international team because it is like they are new and the region is new. But I can say the same thing about Umbrella Squad, because I haven't seen them on international stage and they don't have like quite good experience. So in terms of experience, I think that both these teams, whether they have a ticket or whether not, they will definitely.
Well, here's a fun fact. No, Nolan. This is Nolan's 14th ban in the tournament
Wow.
out of 17 games. This wild card. He's currently the highest, followed by 1-1 and Matilda. Go for something like a Faramis, right? Go for a classic team fight play. It's gonna be a joy instead.
Okay, interesting. Again, KBG, they like to have these flex picks up in the air, right? They don't want to have any preconceived ideas. They do want to kind of respond to how Umbrella Squad is going to play. But at the end of the day, you are on blue side, right? You kind of want to get your power picks for yourself as early as possible and kind of dictate the tempo.
But there's still some good, really good meta picks like Angela, and you can like the picks can go on, but okay, this time they are the ones who take all it at the beginning.
Are they trying to make a statement right here? Like, hey, this is how you do it. They get the Bruno as well, though. That is a solid pick in the gold lane. Against the Joy, though, there is some risk involved. Overall, though, I think they can still get some security tools to really help the Bruno out. Now the Angela is left open by KBG. Angela Bruno is something that some people use. And a Bruno Rafaela is also a good combo that can work here.
Well, is it just me or the XP Linens has just like exchanged picks, Gideon?
Oh, well, kind of for now. Let's see whether Yutong gets locked in later on for the side of Umbrella Squad. But in the meantime, at least, you know, having the Arla as a way to kind of make sure that you can initiate those fights. And more so, I would feel that disengage is going to be pretty important for them to be able to slow down your opponents while you deal with that Joy in your back lines. We don't know whether or not they're is going to be a focus specifically on the Arla role, but there's a high chance that it's going to be.
That's how we've always seen it being used, and usually it's an all-in strat. So the fact that there's a Terizla might pose a problem, but I assume that there's going to be catch. I was about to say, considering the Joy being in the picture, the Kaja is a solid pick here. They can really shut down this assassin pick, and even if it doesn't, it allows for Umbrella Squad to really get a good pick. They have Bruno and Arla burst damage, right? So if they can pull someone even like the Terizla, if they are ahead enough, that can still really really improve their pickup potential.
Well, there's one question that pops up to my mind when I see a suppression big right now. Because yesterday we have seen with Team Falcons, if I'm not mistaken, Super playing on the Franco, and on the other side was it Clock? I cannot actually remember everything. I'm not that good at photographical memory, but once the suppression hero was picked, and on the other side the team picked something that counters that suppression hero in terms of everyone gets around the suppression hero once he have a catch. So I think that will work perfectly for Terizla, and not just that. If they added one more crowd control, it's gonna be hell for Team Umbrella Squad.
Big engage, technically as a counter engage tool against a pickoff, that is definitely something that Umbrella Squad are thinking about. I thought they might pick up the Angela, but they ban it away, knowing that they might not get a chance to pick it up first. And with their pickup strategy, the Angela could be a big problem. With the Martis being banned, right, what will they use, especially in the jungle here, to really supplement this pickup style? The Bruno is great, but in the mid lane and the jungle, you would really love to have something up with a bit more kick to ensure that whoever gets Divine Judgmented does get taken out.
If it's up to you, Gideon, which jungler would you choose for Team Umbrella Squad before it comes? Fast, fast, fast.
I mean, I was going to say Martis, but I think KBG might have been a little ahead of the curve on this one. I feel that in this particular situation, you're looking not only for pickup, but you need a way to actually deal with this Joy besides just the suppression, right? Half the time it's not going to happen.
Prediction.
I'm just going to say Gushin right off the bat, just as a first pick after this round. only because, again, I don't think that KBG might actually go for the counter pick of something along the lines of a Kufra.
It's going to be a Novaria. I'm going to say is Novaria mid, right? Not jungle. So we'll have to see. You never know in the wildcard series. For KBG though, already good. An assassin, a marksman, a good front line. I think utility is what they're lacking. I was talking about the Faramis earlier. That can still work right here, especially against all the pickup potential. Having a Netherrealm to stop someone from getting taken out can be value. But for Umbrella Squad, yeah, the question is what jungler, right? Something with damage. The Fredrin comes to mind as a good in-between.
Yeah.
But
Akai maybe?
Roger?
Roger. Personally, that'd be very interesting to see here. But I mean, they've got the utility, they've got the right answers. It's just how do you kind of maintain that? And I think that KBG is taking a very good approach. They've covered all their bases.
Well, he is a TAA after all, a tactical analyst, Arashi. So he says Faramis, Team KBG just has to listen.
Oh, it's a Lancelot.
Okay.
That is damage. That is mobility that is in line with their style. It was actually banned out by KBG as a final ban in Game 1. Against the Cho, though, an assassin against Cho is quite difficult. And the Netherrealm. I feel like this is going to be reliant on the rotations, right? If Umbrella Squad can out-rotate KBG and get fights on their terms before KBG can really regroup around the penalty zone, around the Netherrealm, they can definitely take this game and run with it.
Well, before we head into the match, I think that I will lean towards Team KBG's draft because I think they have a really good team fight. There's nothing to stop them from just like going in and sleeping into the backlines, having that Faramis. And on the side of Team Umbrella Squad, I think they have to take like solo pick off heroes. Like they have to take them one by one.
Whether it's 1-by-1, whether it's full 5v5s, at the end of this, let's see, currently at match point, it's going to be the Umbrella Squad on the red side up against KBG on the blue side. Unfortunate there, unfortunate indeed. Looks like we're gonna have to call a tech pause. Luckily, we're not in the middle of the fight or anything important. It's just at the very beginning, the first less than 10 seconds.
Well, now we have a bit more time to talk about the possibilities right here. Great team fight from KBG, but so I think the goal for Umbrella Squad is to avoid said big team fights and to ensure they can really go for those pickoffs. The Arlet pick in a big team fight can be used as a deterrent, right? You pull someone in, and when everyone's scrambling to save their guy, the Final Slash can really stop everyone long enough to really go for it. With a Novaria Lancelot, it's a good mix of magical and physical damage, it's good burst, but it still requires items. So I think mid-game is where Umbrella Squad really wants to take off. For KBG, there's a chance they can try to do some things earlier. Because with the limited amount of damage coming in from the Novaria, from the Lancelot, right? The burst nature, not spammable like the other mages or jungle picks, it means that the Faramis Netherrealm can have so much more value, especially around the first turtle fight.
Well, at a certain point, I think that Arlet can be used not to just like take someone in the middle of his own team, but at some times, and I've actually seen that happen quite a lot, having someone out, swept out of the team fight because they are effective. Say, for example, you don't want a carry to be inside the team fight because she has a really good output and she has a really huge damage to deal, especially because it's a true damage, of course. No one can stop against the true damage. So sometimes they just want to sweep carry away to keep it away from the team fight, even if they had to sacrifice with that Arlet.
Boys, you make some really good points here. In the early stages of this game, it's going to be really important for Umbrella Squad to really sit and protect their laners as much as they can until they hit that mid game. Keybest Gaming, on the other hand, if they want to start getting aggressive, they're going to need to hit their level 4s too. But in the meantime, these level 1s, it's all about the information.
Looking at the battle spells as well, you can see the Purifies for Lumu on the Faramis. That's definitely the way to go. in the mid lane. It's going to be dangerous, especially against this Kaja right here.
Wait,
if he gets...
is that the Kaja with the blue buff? That was a Kaja with the blue buff, right?
Oh, he stole it. Fangor actually gets the pick off. It seems like he's very adept on that Kaja, which is dangerous, right? Because the suppression, that is a very dangerous tool, especially against a Faramis. If Lumu oversteps, he can get picked off, and no Netherrealm for his team can mean a fatal mistake.
Did he really take that risk? Did Simba take that high risk to lose his own buffs in the early game? Losing a buff to Akaja, that should take a lot of work.
It does, but now Marl is getting right on top of Tides. No way to get out. Fangor slows him down, and now Lumu is on the run. Simba can only do so much, but he's not level 4, so no access to the electrifying beats.
He got under the skin of Faramis. He actually used that Purify so fast.
He uses it very early, just in case something gets thrown out at him. But the early game damage potential, I think Keep Best Gaming were just really underestimating it. Tides on the Cho, you're very mobile, very survivable as well with the shielding and the Jeet Kundos, but you can't just walk up like that against an assassin and against an Alvaria who has deceptively high damage in the beginning of the game due to the nature of the spells, right? The farther you go on the Astral Recall, the harder that Astral Sphere hits.
Well, I think that they need to work on that Bruno back, because Bruno at a certain point is a snowball himself. So whenever, and he already he have a bow. So anyways, whenever there's a Bruno, I always expect to see some turret pushing, see some services being given to him, and a lot of resources. But maybe one of them is the team fight.
Yep, Final Slash is already going to find 2. Simba is completely outside of that turtle pit. Castle able to pick out. Oh wait, he flickers back in to try once more with Final Slash again, and manages to even get out the Netherrealm. Simba still gets to live. Troublemaker unable to connect with the flame shot. Now suppressed. Fangor has done a great job to set up Tides as a meal for his boy Marl.
I was about to say no casualties so far, it's just a turtle, but there's a kill.
There's definitely a kill right there. And for Umbrella Squad, right now, you have to be a bit more concerned with how they can actually find these pickoffs, man. They keep going in and they're abusing the castle early hour damage, and for Keep Best Gaming, because they can't really deal with this right now, they have a lot of mobility, and it seems like from the emblems that is what they're trying to center on. But the damage and the penetration coming in from both Marl and Troublemaker with the Assassin emblem, that is what they are abusing. And maybe Keep Best Gaming can try and go for multiple members in the team fights to ensure that one guy can get picked off, but the rest can still pull the fight back.
Well, protecting the king while the king is Bruno himself, I would say that Team Umbrella Squad are doing really good. And oh, what is that? Simba! Simba just went in the jungle, but he didn't get that blue buff. That was crazy.
It was insane, man. I think Simba can definitely go for even more right here, depending on the situation. But man, I think Simba is just really limited by all the crowd control available, and of course by the threat of that Divine Judgment. If Fangor can get a big pick right here, that could be the end of the whole early game for Keep Best Gaming.
Yeah, ooh, just steal it.
Dude, these kills are really starting to pile on for the side of the Umbrella Squad. But for as long as they do this, Godyang is now in a lot of trouble.
Looking for Brody?
I mean, they might try. He flickers out super early to do so. He gets hit by the skill shot, and now Marl has a wave to work with. Even protecting it. Faramis saves the life of Godyang, and Marl so little left. Gets a good kick coming in from Tides, and Fangor on the run. This should be a kill coming in for Simba or Lumu. Either or will be great, but they're going to use the electrifying beats to secure it anyways, Black Marsh.
Everyone's just saying 0 HP. What's that?
He's flickering in hard, he's flickering in fast. No point scrounging away these kills.
Just back and forth fights again and again. What is going on right here? Umbrella Squad is getting the better of the situation, because Fangor is just taking away so much attention. Once Castle arrives right there, it's almost like game over, right? There's no damage left to try and output, to try and take out an Arlet with the Brave Smite. For Umbrella Squad, that's a great move, and now they have full control over the turtle, and despite the best efforts of Keep Best Gaming, it's going to be so difficult for them to even get vision to try and contest.
I think that Bruno is getting so, really amazing amazing footwork there. He's just getting turrets, he's getting minions, he's getting jungle, he's getting everything he ever wanted, and Team Umbrella Squad might just take that turtle fight.
Yes, they've already got the way of the dragon. They've kicked him far, but now it's 2 versus 4. The final slash seems good, but Castle, he keeps on going in. He's holding it all single-handedly as the turtle is already gone. Simba finally takes out Castle, but this opens up an opportunity. Marl finds God Yang despite everything that has happened.
That's a crazy 1-for-1 despite everything. It's still the GOAT that was taken out though for Keepers Gaming. God Yang getting taken out means a delay in their mid to late game potential. For now, Umbrella Squad are trying to siege, but they're unable to get a lot of these turrets. That's why they're going for all these dives.
What?
They find the way of the dragon almost immediately, but they're not really able to capitalize on Marl. Is purposely just taking the damage. The Thorn rolls, it does hurt, but Tides still alive. Do they have the Flame Shot? No, they do not have the Flame Shot, and that's going to be mid-tier 1 collapsing.
Yeah, it was mid-tier 1 collapsing, and everything is collapsing for the side of Team KBG. But not that kill. Seems like that kill wasn't collapsing.
Yep, it wasn't collapsing. It's kind of ironic to see Troublemaker in a situation where he's not getting as many kills as you would like him to see, but at the very least, he's finally gotten a death. It's important to find these kills in these situations because especially for Keep Best Gaming, they need to start scaling up and they need to start scaling up fast.
I think Troublemaker is just showing great flexibility. Look at Castle, man, just baiting things out. Fangor's coming in, but it's 2v4.
All right.
Finds the way of the dragon once again. Penalty zone to try and disengage. The Netherrealm, it seems good, but at the end of the day, it's still Castle who ends up dying. The Astro Echoes is going to open things up. They jump straight into the back line. God Yang finds one. The second to fall. That's a double. Does he make it a triple? As CU flickers on out of there. Marl's not going to let him go so
going
easily.
in.
But Fangor just making sure nobody else gets to interrupt, holding the way for Marl. Just in case. What a perfect execution coming in from Marl. Simba trying to find a trade. Doesn't even get it with the electrifying beats.
Marl. What a magnificent, incredible gameplay.
It's insane. Marl just lifting his team up 7-0-1, and he's not done just yet. He's going to the solo, the turtle even. It's only 8 minutes in, but there's so much action going on, and I must say, it really benefits Umbrella Squad with their aggressive early game composition. Despite having Simba, a great assassin, on the Joy, Keep Best Gaming, they're just struggling to really find the backline targets. They can't get past the Fangor and Castle, the frontliners of Umbrella Squad.
Yeah, for me, Marl, man, Marl, he was born to be assassin. He was meant to be assassin.
He wants it, and he wants it bad. Oh, the final slash doesn't get Tides, but it doesn't matter. They still are able to pick him up at the end of the day. Lightning Truncheon already purchased by Troublemaker. That's going to give him some important damage here. As you can see, the temp HP, 90% of it instantly gone.
Yeah, Team KBG at this point are panicking by the hands of Team Umbrella. There's no mercy.
That's the last thing they have to try and do right here. They have to try and calm down and try and find an opportunity. But here's an M-Series fact here, Yasu.
An M-Series fact, one and done. Before Umbrella Squads, okay, a 1 victory versus KBG. The last time game in the M-Series itself ended under 8 minutes was Blacklist. Won against MVG in M3 with 9.55. So it was so near. We were about to hit a record there.
Almost 3 seconds off, but let's see how this next couple of seconds are going to actually go. Because Umbrella Squad, 6K lead, and they're taking every single one of these outer turrets for free. And it looks like they might even threaten an inhibitor here, unless they have something.
Penalty zone for minions?
I mean, okay, it's not like they have an important objective to fight over other than lure in like 25 seconds.
Well, if you want to do it, you can do it. You are the player, right?
Yep, fair enough, fair enough. But so far, it has been quite a struggle. And now we see Simba once again. Electrifying Beats to try and secure final slash. He knows he's got no more dashes, no more beats to play. An easy pickup for the Umbrella Squad, but it's not over yet. Marl, whoa! Nicely done with the Thorn Rose, dodging literally everything coming in for the side of Keep Best Gaming.
It wasn't just about that final slash, it was about that final touch from Troublemaker coming from far behind with a sniper. With a sniper, Flame Shot managed to just take take the life of Simba.
Oh.
Whoa, what was that?
The flicker kick coming in, and they've already tried their best. Tides, after everything he's done, was able to finally set up a kill and get Castle. Marl might be the next to fall. God Gang finally has enough damage after the Malefic Roar purchase, and even going into the Winds of Nature, allowing Simba to jump into that back line. Troublemaker very, very low. Luckily, using his ult to confirm his suspicions about where everybody else was.
That's a very big blunder coming in from Umbrella Squad, getting the shutdown and giving it to God Yang of all people. Not the ideal result of a base attack, but now with the Lord coming in, they can try and make something happen. But this is the problem when you have a Kaja. For the most part, your approach is very one-dimensional. They're going to wait for the Lord to get close. They're going to wait for KeepS Gaming to be forced to try and walk up and defend against this Lord, and they're going to go for a pickoff. That's generally how it's going to go. And with the Novaria, they can definitely do a lot of damage. If you look at the items, only a Lightning Truncheon though. He might be going for a Glowing one next, knowing that there's a big issue in them trying to secure the kills onto CU and Tides.
Yeah, Bruno so far, wow, I was just about to speak about the damage.
Flicker final slash all towards CU to push him away. Black March is going to be able to pick up that kill at the same time. Good, perfect execution here. This should be an inhibitor take for the side of the Umbrella Squad. I don't see a lot of answers for KeepS Gaming to maintain against this type of pressure.
Finish?
It could be a finish. The Lord is cracking down on the inhibitor from the bottom side, and now they slowly move up. Top inhibitor is next to fall. Tides looking for an opportunity, but Marl isn't going to give it to him just yet. I think the Umbrella Squad should start backing off soon, but Castle has something else to say. He gets kicked away, canceling his final slash, almost connecting onto 4. Good Astral Recall coming in from Troublemaker, and now Castle all by himself. No disengage, forced to go back in again. He finally gets the final slash out to God Gang. Winds of Nature is going to keep him alive, but it's too late. The Black March is here.
Marl, oh my god, man. Oh my god, what was that damage? I'm telling you since the beginning. Watch that Bruno, watch that footwork. He's just working out through the whole game, getting so fed.
Only one member down though for KeepS Gaming. Is a 3v4, but Umbrella Squad, they're not backing up. Franco might be looking for another pickoff. But Black March's damage, man, that is insane. Especially against Lumu. 2 hits, I think, took him down below half HP. Fortunately for KeepS Gaming, they're able to stave off the aggression, and they're gonna live to fight another time. At 13 minutes though, Umbrella Squad, now they're kind of feeling the heat. The late game ain't bad, man, with a Bruno and a Novaria, but the Arlott and the Lancelot does fall off a bit, and the Netherrealm becomes even more important the longer the game goes on.
I see a conceal there. What are they planning to do? Not quite much, just changing position, right? Yeah, I think they're just changing a position. They don't want to flex their, like, legs and stuff.
Base? They got to stretch it out a little bit. Their base will eventually, they're going to have to base eventually. They've got no inhibitor tyrants, 3 pushing waves. I feel like Umbrella Squad, they've basically got the nuts at this point, right? It's very difficult to lose from this position.
No mercy whatsoever.
Well, they can have the intel advantage, they can have the pickup advantage as well. KeepS Gaming, they just have to get the right person, right? If they cheat 1-for-1 with another one as well, they need to get towards the backline, towards Black March maybe.
Oh, they pull CU, but now here comes the Promise to protect everybody. Jumping on in with the penalty zone, catches them all. Marl is able to take out CU, but Black March had to go as a trade, a 1-for-1 trade. Not very worth it. Not very worth it for the Umbrella Squad, but now evens up with the help of a Lord take.
An enhanced Lord there was brought to you by Korea and will be brought to you by Umbrella Squad in the mid lane, and they might just finish what they started because Umbrella Squad so far has been in charge of every single movement in the game.
But there's a bit of a weakness here that is spotted, man. KeepS Gaming, the fact that they're able to get Black March in that fight is great for them. Gold swing wise, it's also good for them in planning out their next fight.
Oh, Simba!
Oh, Simba almost is taken out. But if they can trade him for Black March perhaps in a fight, they can win.
Tides just couldn't get the angle for the way of the dragon. He knew it, so he didn't even bother clicking it. He's holding on to his ult, but he gets pulled on back with the final slash, and Castle is unrelenting. CU now have to disengage the rest of his team, but the same problem occurs. He has no means of escape. Marl is going to take him out first, but now with the Lord at their base, with Lord-empowered minions, Mark marching right up to their front door. KBG is hoping that Umbrella Squad make a mistake.
They are just holding them inside that base behind that crystal. Team KBG have nothing to do but to defense.
Flickers and finds the Divine Judgment into the perfect execution, into the final slash, and Black March gets the free hit for days. KBG is going to be dropping this. Umbrella Squad take the game 2-0.
An insane conclusion right there. A pickoff for the ages from Fangor, man. Getting the fair miss, the purify doesn't matter, and with the burst damage supplemented by his team, the game plan was solid, the execution was solid for a while. Problems were happening, but in the end, the Umbrella Squad has defeated KBG.
Yeah, it seems after all, losing the first game for Team KBG wasn't a lucky charm at all. It was just, let's say, a pattern that Team KBG won. Maybe if they won the first game, they will take it to a full sweep. Who knows? Maybe even like start a game and then reverse sweep like Team. No, I'm not gonna say Umbrella Squad because Umbrella Squad already has proven me wrong before I continue the sentence. Now they have won the first game and the second game in a row.
Absolutely, really good stuff coming in from the Umbrella Squad. I love seeing them confident. I love seeing them so sporadic with the way that they play. And more importantly, the fact that we're getting so much love on this Arlet makes me so happy.
You're a big fan of the Arlet?
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of the Arlet.
I think it's a great pick that kind of forces teams to be aggressive. And if you know me, you know I like that action, bro. I like these games with a lot of fights, and the Arlet really makes it all happen in the wildcard series right here. So I'm very happy that he is here as well.
Yeah, actually, we're all happy to see teams evolve and see teams play better and dare to themselves to be better than great, because that's what it takes to go on the international stage, and that's what it would need to be happening, because the teams that will get out of here will face a harder challenge. Let's say a ridiculously hard challenge, because the M5 at the Philippines will not be like here. It will be like hell for whoever comes from here. So they are not. You remember that quote that when you are young and they say when you pass high school, life will get easier. I don't think that if you pass wildcard, life will be easier. It will be harder.
It'll be a lot harder, man. You're going up against teams that are a lot more polished, where the name of the game is no longer just to make plays. It's also to try and make your opponents make mistakes. That's where the highest level is, right? When teams are so good, they can make sure that their opponents have no choice but to make a mistake. That's the A game that we're looking at in the Philippines. So teams right now, they're doing great, but they have to remember that their end target isn't here. Their end target lies even further away, and they have to keep their eyes on the prize.
I'm glad I'm just doing the play-by-play because I don't want to have to be hyperly critical about these wildcard teams, because then we can start highlighting some of these big playmakers, these MVPs. Let's give it up for you, but coming in from the Umbrella Squad, once again, Marl, well done. Absolutely crushing it in both of these games.
Most valuable player indeed in this game.
A bit of a hybrid Lancelot build he did. He has a 0% kill participation, dude. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's nasty with it.
What?
Those look, they're not kills.
So many kills, it just broke the stats.
No, there's a reason why his ult it's literally in the name. It's a perfect execution, not a perfect kill. That's why it's not a participation award here. He doesn't need none of that.
Even went with the full all-in damage build right here, even with the killing spree in the end. Usually you would go for a bit of a different emblem for a bit more utility, etc. But with this hybrid build, he was just confident enough, he was going in again and again. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from Grab right here, where in the early game he was able to use that damage very efficiently, and he's landing his spells despite all the mobility, particularly from Tide here, trying to outplay him. And his diving in and out under the turret is part of why it's so difficult for KBG to really regain their footing in the game, right? They're looking for a safe zone, but nowhere is safe when Marl just keeps going at you.
Well, there's no safe place for Team KBG, to be honest, because the first game was almost a dominant game for Team Umbrella Squad, and then when you hit to the second game, again, it is a dominant game.
How do you prepare for something this Well, I don't want to say wild, but this unorthodox, right? Because at a certain point, you would imagine that a lot of your instincts would tell you, hey, just back away. And that's something that Umbrella Squad literally never does. And that's why when you look at Castle, hey, it's a good time to start moving back. No, he goes in even harder, which I think KBG really got caught off guard a multitude of times with how devoted they are to just fighting in their back lines.
I think it's also the fact that Umbrella Squad, they are absolutely willing to take fights outnumbered, right? They're willing to try and test their mechanics. Like that right there. Castle, I guess he is stuck in the base, but he is just going in 1v4, no HP, and he's like, you know what? Let's see what's the best thing I can make out of the situation. And the fact that they're willing to just go so riskily in means that for KBG, they're constantly wondering, hey, this is going well, but is it okay? And that hesitation is what makes it so difficult for them to find some moments to try and turn the game around.
That's why, be like Castle. Get your ult canceled like 5 times and still commit, and still commit even harder to get the 6th one off.
Well, Castle has let's say an iron heart, because this guy fears nothing. He doesn't even fear death. He just goes in, he just initiates, he just sacrifices himself. As I told you, they use him to the best, and as I told you at the beginning, at the very beginning, the #1 rule at Team Umbrella Squad is just trust Castle.
And never back away. Because even Castle, right, he went with the tank emblem right here, not the fighter emblem. So he's not going for a lot of more damage or regeneration. He wants to be as tanky as possible, because he knows he's going to be in the front. And he went with the Wilderness Blessing to ensure that he can keep up with the team, right? The Novaria, the Lancelot, there's a lot of mobility right here that he needs to keep up with, and maybe even to a degree, getting more movement speed to move out along with his team. He went with the Vitality to really capitalize on the kit, right? The regeneration coming in from the Vengeance, and that was a big problem, especially in the early game, without any consistent source of DPS, right? Faramis, Joy, these are all burst damage heroes. The real DPS kind of is God Yang, but even then, compared to a Bruno, for example, the Brody is a lot more burst heavy. So when Castle can regenerate so much HP, it makes it so difficult for him to get taken down.
When I remember the game, when I rewound it inside my head, do you think that at the early game pressure from the Kaja taking that blue buff and Simba just betting that he wouldn't need to use his retribution actually affected the early game?
The fact that Simba wasn't able to get the retribution, I mean, he was really zoned out away, man. There's just so many ways for Umbrella Squad to try and find him initially, and also to punish him, especially with the double engage available on their roster.
I mean, let's also not forget the fact that by the time he hit level 4 and went into the Turtle Pit, he was like, what? Like, literally 2% EXP down on Marl at that point, so I don't think it really made too much of an impact. Yes, it's a little bit annoying, but at the end of the day, did it really change the odds for him? He managed that early one, but later on is where it became very brutal, am I right? Like, that mid-game was kind of disgusting, and I think that's where we got to see the benefit of that Wilderness Blessing, because, again, Arlet's getting shoved in, I gotta catch up somehow.
And man, I think in the late game earlier, I say late game, but we're 15 minutes in, right?
Quote-unquote
late game. This is literally, usually the late game mark. But we can see that Simba, if he can really get his hands on to Black March, he can take him down. Like earlier, he used the Purify and the Wind of Nature, but against the magic damage, it's no big deal. The problem is he just wasn't allowed, right? The rationing of crowd control from Umbrella Squad is just so much better. There's no real moment here where anyone from KBG can feel that, hey, this is the chance, right? Both the Cho and the Joy couldn't really find a nice window to try and get in.
I agree with you on that one, because in a lot of these team fights, again, some of the same problems started to occur, like especially when it came down to the important ones around the pit. I mean, obviously, Rich Guy could carry the Forgot One, leading over to the Umbrella Squad for obvious reasons, but see you in these particular situations, with the help of Tide, he wants to be able to do something here, and when he does, unfortunately, there's not enough follow-up, and more importantly, there's too much commitment on the singular target. I feel the comms are sounding like we need to be able to take out this one specific guy, and everything else starts to fade away. They forget about the other 4 members of the team.
Well, I think that Team Umbrella Squad is a momentum-based team, because once they catch up their own base, it's so hard to stand up against them. Team KBG at some point fell down to the pressure and to how much consistent Team Umbrella Squad was hitting one time after another, because I've seen that Gaja annoy Simba, and I've seen Maul just getting inside and moving around like he owns that place and like he knows what exactly he's doing, and he did know what he was exactly doing, and that's why actually he was so focused in terms of the jab. There was a lot of Maul, let's say, particularly what was the word for it? Like target bans.
Oh, Maul target bans. I mean, again, in the early game, the jungle now has so much
Variety.
impact, right? There's variety, but there's also a lot of things now that really rely on the jungle, right? With how important the neutral objectives are, with how much more often the junglers are ganking and trying to get some impact in the early game. It puts so much more pressure on the junglers, which is why you're seeing a lot more of these mechanic-heavy, playmaking-heavy junglers show up into the meta, right? It's no longer just the roamers making the plays. The junglers also need to be independent and try and do things on their own.
And it's kind of like a trickle-down effect, right? It's like, oh, jungler needs to do this, mid has to be able to support the jungler in that sense. It's just thing after thing after thing after thing after thing.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but we should know once again that we should know that once again every team have proved that they are doing really great. So are they gonna be better than great? Let's see after the break.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gidea's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside, it's very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 4 all right. Bowing, 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 bowing.
1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid that you'll lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kimmy?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. M World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you could keep me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round, you face this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like it's harder. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my mind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall away. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role, I become the greatest. Transcend myself into this game, yeah. I build a power to dominate fate. Championship mind on top of the week. We start to the game, shine, reveal. Better than great, that's how we feel. I feel like it's harder. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like a na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall away. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay out firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall away. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay out firm, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Which country do you think is the best at mobile game?
Mobile game, of course, it's China.
United States.
I think it will grow more because they do everything to win, like that kind of mentality.
觉得我们队伍是一个比较敢打敢拼的队伍吧，就是无论在国外还是国内，我们都是一个很敢于去打架的。
China punya MLBB dia tak cukup lagi setahun. Masih depan mungkin dalam setahun setengah boleh kot.
I don't expect much from them in this wildcard.
我觉得他们第一个season吧，
应该不是很好啊，这次成绩，下一次可能好一点吧，因为他们才刚开始。
Yo no creo que KUG sea tan poderoso como dicen, como porque el otro equipo chino terminó mal.
我们想跟他们说的是，虽然我们才刚加入这个项目不久，但是不要小看我们。
Я считаю, что китайцы в будущем станут очень сильны. Я готов им отдать сразу второе место после EECA, поэтому... Should KBG be the team that we fear? We don't fear any team.
面对这些强敌，我会更加有动力。我会先学习他们，然后去超越他们。跟他们的差距可能在于我们游玩的时间没有他们长，经验没有他们丰富，但是我们在短时间内的进步其实是特别大的，所以我们自己都很有自信，觉得自己能从中出现。
China is a very smart region.
They have a lot of world titles in other MOBA games.
คิดว่าทีมจีนเป็นตัวอย่างหน่อยเข้าโมโหยังเกี่ยวเขาลาย
我觉得未来中国是很大的潜力吧，对我们来讲一个很大的挑战。
他们对我们有期待，我们也会尽我们全力展现出自己最好的一面。
这是我们中国队第一次参加ENG赛，但肯定不是最后一次。
我们已经做好准备登上舞台。
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The DSQ over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Lucky ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 2 4 4 all. Bowing, 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 bowing.
still meta. I do believe that it's still up there in terms of meta, for sure. The Troublemaker now having a bit of an issue here. The Lunox can function a bit like an assassin, but not just yet. She does need some more items to scale up.
Well, I see that there's something happening cooking at the bot lane, but I don't think they will fully commit to it because it's a little bit hard unless there's a really proper setup. And KBG so far, I can tell you, these guys improve per game.
Per game, indeed. And afterwards, you have to wonder that later on, how will the fights really play out? Because there are no pure fights available for both sides. So the team with the better crowd control technically is Keep Best Gaming. They can really start a lot of fights that they really can take on their favor, on their terms. In the top lane, though, this is going to be a big 1v1 matchup, but in the mid lane...
Ooh, Tides almost landing it, but Troublemaker able to get out of there just in time with the help of the Darkling. However, topside, the damage on the castle has not stopped just yet. This might result into...
The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything.
Where does my resolve come from? Being...
Excitement of each game. Not who won.
You're looking at the future champion.
Hit me like I might kick over, but you could give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. Ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You could keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my army. I feel like the floor is harder. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power.
To protect her.
Ult is not ready. Sorry. Ult is not ready. Hang in there. Gather up the turtle! An enemy has been slain. Request backup. Battle spell in cooldown. Enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have slain an enemy. And your team has slain the turtle. Ult is not ready. Ult is not ready. Initiate. You have slain an enemy. Launch attack. Request backup. Our turret begins killing spree. Request backup. Understood. Request backup. Request backup. Your team destroyed a turret. Our turret has been destroyed. Killing spree. Mega kill. An enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill. Request backup. Double kill. Mega kill. Gather up the Lord. Your team destroyed a turret. Request backup. Shut down. Our turret has been destroyed. An ally has slain Lord. Ult is not ready. Clear up lanes. Request backup. An enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain. Ult is not ready. Battle spell in cooldown. Kill. Thank you. Double kill. You have slain an enemy. Wiped out.
To protect her.
Do you think is the best at mobile game?
Mobile game, of course, it's China.
China.
You like 65?
I think it will grow more because they do everything to win, like that kind of mentality.
觉得我们队伍是一个比较敢打敢拼的队伍吧，就是无论在国外还是国内，我们都是一个很敢于去打架的。
I don't expect much from them in. I don't expect much from them in these wildcards.
我觉得他们第一个season吧，应该不是很好啊，这是成绩。下一次可能。
Creo que KUG sea tan poderoso como dicen, como porque el otro equipo chino terminó mal.
我们也不要小看我们。
Я считаю, что китайцы в будущем станут очень сильны. Я готов им отдать сразу второе место после EECA, поэтому... Should KBG be the team that we fear? We don't fear any team.
面对这些强敌，我会更加有动力。我会先学习他们，然后去超越。先学习他们，然后去。游玩的时间没有他们长，经验没有他们丰富，但是我们在短时间内的进步其实是特别大的，所以我们自己都很有自信，觉得自己能从中出现。
China is a very smart region.
They have a lot of world titles in other mobile games.
คิดว่าทีมจีนเป็นอย่างนอดเข้าโมโหยังเกี่ยวเขาลาย
我觉得未来中国是很大的潜力吧，对我们来讲一个很大的挑战。
他们对我们有期待，我们也会尽我们全力展现出自己最好的一面。
这是我们中国队第一次参加 ENG 赛，但肯定不是最后一次。
我们已经做好准备登上舞台。
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, you know, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Laki ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244 alright. Bowing, 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 bowing.
one seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kenny?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
If we stand tall
nombre es Aurora.
It's me Clock.
ข้อยชื่อว่าเจ็ดบิน
My IGN is Yahiko.
Soy el jungla y capitán de Imperio.
For Miracle Esports.
ในแม่สปอร์ต
1 year ago, when everything started, we couldn't imagine that 1 year later we were going to be in Malaysia trying to get to the M5.
At first time when M1 came, we were like, wow, a World Cup for Mobile Legends. That's only for the big region like Indonesia, Philippines. We can just dream of it, we can just think of it.
The dream started when we make a company to organize tournaments in Peru. Popular game we organized was Mobile Legends. So my partner told me to make a team that plays that game, and that's how Imperial was born.
แต่ก่อนก็สิมีงานแข่งพอสมควรแต่เดี๋ยวนี้ก็รู้สึกว่างานแข่งเริ่มหลายขึ้นเพราะในลาวมันก็สิมีผู้เล่นเก่งหลายขึ้นเพราะมันมีทัวร์นาเมนต์หลายขึ้นเขาเจ้าก็ตั้งใจสอบเพื่อให้ฝีมือตัวเองโดดเด่นขึ้นมา
The official tournament also came in Nepal. We can practice much, have a proper skills. We can grind more and be skillful.
Bien, jugar contra Viltron Sans dentro de la Liga Latam fue una experiencia que nos ayudó demasiado para madurar como equipo, como personas y vivir el momento.
The experience of playing in Sao Paulo in front of Brazilian people, going for RRQ or Akira 2 meters from the players. Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. In the end of one of the matches, a couple of them ended crying because they're kids, they're 16 years old, no? And they've learned that losing is part of the game as winning. Es una oportunidad para pasarle en equipo, entre amigos y aprender, disfrutar. Vean mucho los otros equipos y disfruten. Nosotros hace un año no esperábamos estar aquí, estamos a un mes. ¡Let's go, Imperio!
After losing ISF, I was like, we're gonna need a coach. I keep on messaging each and everyone, and I found Omox is from like Wikipedia.
Other coaches doesn't want to take the risk at the new region, at the new team. For America, I can see that they have dedication. I told myself, let's be the first one to give them hope.
So I hope we can clear all the stage so that the next generation won't suffer that hard to prove their skills to the international level.
For America, let's still hold it! Yahiko loves the immortality! Gets the
To be brutally honest, I would say 99% SMG will win.
Team SMG will keep their nightmares at bay in day number 1 of the wild card as they
That 1% is the hope and dedication from For Miracle with the chemistry that they have for 5 to 4 years that is going to make us win over SMG.
Welcome to the second game of day 3. I'll be with you. I'm Yasu, joined by Gideon, and I have also the TAA himself, tactical analyst Arashi. Let's together and let's carry on throughout this marathon. We have an eventful day, and also I would like to welcome you to this game that's gonna happen here between Team SMG and Nepal's For Miracle Esports.
Now, M5 is powered by Muntun, presented by Kadia, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab the official super app partner, and let's not forget about Secret Lab, our official chair partner.
Thank you for all the support, guys. You guys are the best.
Well, if you don't know already, the ROG Phone 6 is M5's official gaming phone, and it backs the game-winning power of Snapdragon 8 Plus Generation 1 chipset, right? Ooh. And also with the class-leading Game Cool 6 thermal system that lets you break every limit.
Yo, don't forget, it also comes with a spectacular 165 Hz AMOLED display and a monster 6,000 mAh battery life to power all your gaming needs. You can game all day, every day. You don't even have to be concerned about charging, bro.
Well,
that's freedom.
Well, speaking of like eventful days, I think that there are some events that are not happening with us here on the stage.
Really?
What's going
today,
on? It happens to be Leo's birthday.
So you
Whoa,
know.
from Team Falcons?
Not that Leo. Not that Leo.
Oh.
Not the L-I-O Leo. And L-E-O Leo.
Oh, Mr. Dan!
Yeah.
So what? To everybody here from the Wildcards, happy birthday to you, Leo, out there. Stay healthy, my guy. But importantly, let's come back into this game. Because again, after content like For Miracle, we heard it from Mr. Clock himself. They want to make sure that the next generation is going to have an easier time. And maybe even if they perform well here today and make it to M5, they just might have their dreams come true.
Well, it is a race against time, and we have Mr. Clock himself. So do you think that the clock will be ticking to the favor of Team For Miracle, or do they need a miracle to play and to win against Team SMG?
Man, a lot of word games available right here,
Yeah.
man. I think I wouldn't go as far as to say a miracle, right?
All
I think they
right.
have a chance. It is the wild cards where the wildest of things always happen, but there's a lot of things they have to really iron out, man. We're not really seeing their main weapon, you know, something they can really use to really take advantage of SMG. Although maybe in the late game, right, as you mentioned, the clock might be ticking, and for SMG, the fact that their Lord usage was, in day one at least, not so optimal, that could be something that For Miracle could use.
Possibly. I think that For Miracle right now is starting to recognize that once you are getting to the higher levels of play, snowballing is so much easier for coordinated professional teams because the game can only go on for so long. Once we get into the upper echelons, at least then there is some kind of a default, a base standard of what the early game should look like, and then you have the outliers like Homeboys, for an example, Deus Vault, and there's also, you know, teams like we saw earlier, Umbrella Squad, hyper aggressive.
Well, there is something that's might be a wild pick, and it might be a wild card for Team For Miracle, which is I've witnessed Leslie in their arsenal. They were doing really good on that gold lane protection, using and executing that gold lane meta. It was like babysitting the gold lane was called Protect the King, where the marksman is the king. And trust me when I'm telling you that Yahiko is being treated like a king in Team For Miracle, and there's a lot of pressure on him. But you know what's also wild, before we hit into the draft? They use Gourd mainly.
They mainly use Gourd. That's a strategy we've occasionally seen. Funnily enough, in Indonesia, sometimes it does make an appearance. So for me personally, it's not too crazy. That pick has a great pick of potential. It has great burst potential if you're playing for pickoffs. If you can lock someone down and hit them with that Mystic Gush, Mystic Field combo, it's going to be a lot of burst damage. And in the wave clear department, I think that's one of the main strengths of the Gourd. I played it way before it was meta, and it feels so good, man, to just place your skill down and just walk away.
It just sounds like you're nice soup pilled right now. I mean, if Gourd was so good, why isn't he getting played more often these days? And you know, in the previous meta, maybe where the tags were so tough and so hard that you really need some form of true damage to get through them. But I feel like nowadays, the mobility is an important aspect.
But we have said actually quite the same thing, or it was so similar about the Valentina, because it wasn't brought up that much. So should we say the same thing about Gourd, and then as a reverse caster curse, right? reverse caster curse, and then we bring it up.
So caster blessing.
Yeah, caster blessing.
Because we have those as well, by the way, on the
We really do?
Exactly.
Is that our thing?
Even Mirko, shout out Mirko, he has the caster curse, but he also has the caster bless.
Ah, so we have two passives.
Exactly.
It just depends on
seasonal.
So which is which?
Huh?
Which is his passive in a good way and in a bad way? Which is his curse and which is his blessing?
It depends on what's going on the day.
He's like Lunox, man. Sometimes you have more order, sometimes you have more chaos. You don't know which ult you're going to get without the indicator. That's the fun of it. And I think that in this particular case here for Miracle, their biggest weakness was that early game. Thankfully, they're matched up against Team SMG. They're very methodical. They're not the hyper-aggressive type. They're very standard.
But actually, after saying that Leslie and Gourd are one of their main picks, and it is in their arsenal, actually the first thing that comes to my mind is that both these picks play really good on the true damage.
True damage. I mean, especially in the late game, the true damage becomes such a good component, man.
It's
Being
real.
able to blow through all the defenses. But I think that's the point that Guido was making earlier, right? Along with the true damage, it's that late game situation because, in a way, we like to say in the MMA community, styles make matchups, right? Even if on paper you're supposed to win, if your style just really matches well with your opponents, sometimes that can be good, or it can be really, really bad.
It could be, but it's time. We've got Malaysians on both sides this time round, but will it be the Nepalese representatives taking away in For Miracle on the red side against Team SMG, the favorites to take a spot to M5 here at the Wildcards on the blue side?
It is quite a challenge. It is quite a challenge. Team For Miracle right now, they are up against the favorites. And right now, actually, Team SMG are banning. I'm not going to say they are focusing on a certain person or even a meta. It's a little bit messy. I think it's... Are they like taking an apple from each tree? Like one assassin and one XP roamy-ish pick and then a gold laner?
Yeah, for both teams, it's kind of a weird situation right here. Because if the idea is to deny a strong gold laner, then why are both teams banning it out, right? They're kind of like banning towards each other. Makes me kind of feel that maybe the attention was going to be on the mid lane instead, right? That's how I think it's hinting here.
Okay. We're not seeing hard target bans, but at the very least, we're getting a rough idea of what's coming out, right? At the very least, I could say that Bruno Sasa absolutely hates dealing with it. He doesn't enjoy playing it too very often, and that's why going for a Guinevere as a overall good flex pick for the side of Team SMG is a good way to open.
At this point, I think that Nolan is forbidden.
Yeah.
He's taboo.
15th ban, I think.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly. And by the way, big change right here. Masarab is actually in the roster. I just realized that. So there's a bit of a substitution going on for Miracle. The previous data might not be as accurate any longer.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point here. And I'm guessing that's why they're going for the Trizla pretty early on, and they're pairing it up with the Valentina. See, Caster Blast actually works. It's working out for the first time in a very long time, to be honest.
Yeah, it is working. It is working. Maybe, I don't know so far. I don't know about myself, but I don't know if I have a curse, like a Caster Curse or a Caster Blast. Let's figure out throughout the series itself. So far we have seen that Guinevere, actually maybe I have a Caster Curse, because I started this series saying that we will not see Guinevere that much, and it just keeps on coming as a roamer, as a jungler, as like anywhere and everywhere. So yeah, maybe I'm cursed after all.
Maybe. I mean, you also predicted for Falcons and they did not come out on top yesterday. There is that as well. For now though, let's get back into the game. Oh my lord, this is an insane draft here. Guinevere, Faramis, and Mathilda. 3 very hotly contested picks. And for Miracle, Teresa and Valentina can be good. And technically they have dealt with the Faramis by having the IMU from Valentina. But with the Mathilda and the Guinevere, I think they're going to be outmatched when it comes to beginning a fight and following up on a fight as well.
I think what you're trying to get there is outmaneuvered, because at the very least we're thinking at, like, you know, surface level. She steals the ult. You try to pop the call altar once again. Oh, sorry, the Nether Realm as they call it nowadays, and then your opponent decides to do so. But with the Matilda, at the very least you can get a little bit more flexible with it. So I very much like the Akai locked in for the side of For Miracle to add that second layer. Yes, it's not a guiding win, but at the very least it's a disengage.
So Guinevere with 100% win rate, that does say that it is quite dangerous that she is open, right? With
For sure.
Like 100%, as like whenever she is picked, she wins.
Well, the stats don't lie, man, but now that you've mentioned that, you get concerned. You just said that maybe there's some kind of curse element working right here. Well, we see the win rate finally break the 100, or is it going to continue being one of the most dominant heroes in the wildcard series right now? The X-Brook, though, banned away from For Miracle.
That's new.
We haven't seen it so far. And it's responded by Ixia as well. This is a wild drafting phase.
Yeah,
it is a wild card after all.
It is the wild cards after all. That is fair. And shouts out to somebody else who's also having a birthday. Apparently, Lung, the analyst from the side of Team SMG, is having his birthday. Thanks to one of the audience members pointing it out. Once again, shout out to the SMG crowd out here. But let's get into that final ones, right? I'm guessing that Team SMG, now that they've already kind of predicted or expected to get this winning matchup for the side of Sasa, that's where I feel that Coach Pao is going to be focusing on for their last ban. But I'm not sure about for Miracle.
Well, I think that both teams have prepared so well because they do have some wild bands already. They have the X-Work, they have the Ixia. Maybe we'll even like see something way wilder that we are already seeing. But why pressure the gold so hard so far, even though no team has secured that gold lane?
I think in a way, it might be a benefit for the side of Miracle. We were talking about how they like to play weird gold laners. Now with all the common gold laners banned out,
yeah,
SMG might be the ones thrown into unfamiliar territory.
So is it a Beatrix or a Clint thing we will see here?
Potentially. I know that Sasa can play Clint. I know that he plays Beatrix as well. If we're looking at for Miracle's side, the most standard modus operandi in this particular case is going to be the Beatrix. Very reliable, and even if you're losing lane, you can just clear the wave and not interact with your opponent.
Do you agree, Mr. TAA?
I think the wave clear is definitely something that can be used for sure. For Miracle, they do go with that Beatrix, man. So wave clear, in a way, does favor them. So we'll see, with wave clear, what can they get? Because with Akai, the assumption is that it's always going to be about the neutral objectives, but we've seen that Akai can be used aggressively to just pin people down with the heavy spin as well.
Yeah, we can see that there's also something new here, a new fact. Miko choose a gun to control his emotions and handwritings in his arm to remind him to become. So Miko have his own like pre-game preparations just to be in the zone.
The chewing gum thing, it is real. It is real. He does that throughout the entire season of MPL MY. The handwriting, interesting way of putting it, but yes, the writing on his hand, it's a Team SMG thing. It is so that they remember what they're supposed to do in that game.
I thought it helps him like with his handwriting. I didn't know that he writes.
He has literal writing on his hand. It's one of those things. It's a Team SMG thing to kind of keep them in the zone.
It's almost like a checklist on their arm, like a grocery list, but with a Diggy as well. That's interesting because the engage from SMG isn't very ultimate reliant. So going with a Diggy, there's going to be times where the Diggy is going to be forced to use the time journey, and there'll still be things available for SMG. Although the fact that they have alarm bombs to try and scout out, along with having an Akai, there are ways for sure for them to maneuver around here. If they can kite back in and out of a fight or catch Stormy, then maybe that is where they can get a big advantage.
Well, actually Team SMG is like quite confusing while they are drafting, because I've seen Saxa play Benedetta just perfectly in the jungle. So at a certain point I said like maybe we'll see something really wild and we have like a weird mix, but I think let's get this game started.
All right, with that being said, welcome everybody to our second best of 3 match here at the wildcard stage of the M5 World Championships. One of these teams are looking for the win. Let's find out who. It's going to be Team SMG up against their opponent for Miracle. SMG on the blue side, for Miracle on the red.
Well, they choose to be violent. Well, they choose to be serious since the beginning. Oh, they don't show any. They don't choose anything right now, but to wait for a bit, to cool off for a bit, to just like let's say analyze everything at this short break until the marshals see what's wrong on the stage, just to make sure that this game will be fair for both sides.
How much do you want to bet that on Team SMG, on one of those players' hands, it says expect a pause?
Expect a pause? I mean, it's very possible. We were talking about a bit about this yesterday, man, because in theory it's just a pause, but there's also a lot of things you have to keep in mind during this time. So you can't really forget a lot of things that you have to do, especially in the beginning of a game where every single second really counts for the rotation, for the jungle clear. So having a checklist on your arm, that could be the new meta. So take a look at some cosplayers right here. The Leslie, that is well known for Miracle, and the Lo Yi.
Wait, when did they get here? I'm pretty sure we walked from the stage to the table. I didn't see any cosplayers. When did they just suddenly appear?
They used the relocation.
Oh!
Lo Yi, dude, let's go!
I should have known. I should have known better. But I think for the most part, right, when we're leaning in towards what's going to really affect the game, this Terizla, yes, it is a problem because you want to kind of collect together, you want to pop on the Nether Realm, and all of a sudden the penalty zone comes out. But have you witnessed Smooth on this Benedetta? He's kind of nutty with it.
Well, at least after this time finishes, we will see soon if they will manage to make that Benedetta work. And Will they man? Like I seen that Team Umbrella Squad are cheering for a certain team. Are they cheering for Team SMG?
Hard to say. Hard to say which side they're sitting on. I think they're in front of them, but then it could be reverse. Oh, they're on for Miracle's side.
Well, that was I think that was Marl and Black March, if I'm not mistaken. And behind them, actually, you're seeing yet another cosplayer. They're preparing to show him on the stage, looking kind of fancy with it too, dude. Yo!
No way! Okay, hang on. They can't see it on the screen yet. Foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing.
But I need to throw that. It is the most, let's say, awaited reveal for a cosplay.
Well, we haven't seen it. We're not going to see it just yet because we're going to go straight back into the Land of Dawn for now. Here we go.
We are now in. We are 1 minute in without anything, without any casualties, no invading, nothing is happening at the Land of Dawn. For Miracle just playing the basic game, and also at the same time, Team SMG are doing the same thing. But what's actually so annoying is knowing how much that Guinevere can flip everything around, especially if she went for a full tank set.
Ooh, you see the gold in here. Yahiko getting zoned out a bit. I'm concerned a bit more about the Diggy right here. Because in theory, with all such mobility, the reverse time can be a huge problem, man. You think you have a dash, you can get out. Before you know it, you get pulled back in, and that's the end of you. That could be used very well by the Matilda. Miko running the basic emblem as well as a clock on the Diggy. So they're both going to be having a bit more of an attrition battle, and they're both just waiting in the gold lane.
Yeah, as I told you, they are treating their gold lane as a king. Yahiko and Clock on the top lane. They are in each other, like having each other's back, and at the same time, Team SMG are doing the same exact things. So far, so good. So far, no kills, nothing is happening except for that like little invade from the side of Saxa. But Team SMG might be cooking something.
I think if they're going to try and make something happen, it will be at the neutral objective. But with Lunatic Panda being there, whoa, he's getting jumped on.
They go in pretty hard with the Electro final blow, and I think that's also the Petrify coming out from Smooth, but unfortunately the angle just wasn't there. This turtle should still fall into the hands of the side of Team SMG, because at the end of the day, the Akai was chopped out.
Was it a really good move to just leave that turtle full free?
Well, I mean, what can they do otherwise? That's the problem with having your main tank also being your jungler, right? You're prone to getting poked down, and Miko is trying to go for a 1v1. A bit ambitious, but backup is available, but they get flanked out.
Up top side, Stormy, he's able to get hold. The time reversal pulls him back in, but look at Xerox, he's right behind Miko. Miko should be confident in getting out of here because he knows that the Nether Realm was the stolen ult and not the Circling Eagle.
I don't know how much Wait, what
He's
happened?
going back in. He's going back in on that top side, right? He's still annoying Lunatic Panda. This has got to be a little frustrating.
I was about to tell you how much courage does it take to just keep annoying Akai while knowing that he has his ult ready.
Well, I think you can see the rest of the map, but now Saxa coming in.
Oh, but the Violent Requiem has already been used. Good hits, but now Masa can look to punish this. Even the Retribution had to be committed to try and get him out, but no, Saxa still going to be giving first blood over to 4 Miracle.
Masarab takes the first kill. It is actually a really good first blood in terms of like, Teams SMG have been pressuring the jungle for 4 Miracle, but on the counter, on the irony of it, Team SMG's jungler is the one to fall first.
Well, Miracle responded really well to that aggression right there. And they're, just dealing with the harass pretty okay. They don't really have any sustain tools, but generally they're all tanky enough. The Xerox.
Oh, he gets pulled over the wall and is forced to use NetherRealm super early on. Miko cannot go any further than this. No Circling Eagle for him, but keep in mind, 22 more seconds until the next neutral spawn.
I think at some point, I actually just watched the SMG names, but before that, there was like a lot of ultimates and a lot of action happening at the mid lane. But looking at the names, Smooth, Saxa, Stormy, Sasa, I think that Miko needs to change his name to something that starts with an S.
Sicko.
Yeah, maybe, Sicko.
So he can go sicko mode.
He's going sicko mode. That'd be awesome. Honestly, that'd be really, really cool. But in the meantime, let's see. Next neutral objective, we're seeing that SMG is already on top of it, and they're continuing to be annoying to Lunatic Panda. Circling Eagle, and they're getting Smooth, who's rotating way too fast with Rizla to keep up, to continue to invade and be annoying. On bottom side, we do see that 3 members are trying to get some gold plating. Don't get too much of it, but here comes Stormy as well as Miko, forcing Clock to flicker out of there.
Mind games. Mind games.
Difficult time here for America Esports. They have the Akai, but they don't have any pressure in the waves, in the lanes to really try and gather around the turtle objective. Masarap in particular, it seems like he's having an okay laning phase, but he's never been participating in Clock.
Okay, they managed to get the ult out of Clock for now, and that means that bottom tier 1 is going to fall. Ooh, Smooth was looking for the angle, but I think it's a little too soon, and now they start pulling back. They don't want to press that advantage and give away free kills.
Well, I wouldn't say 4 Miracle need a miracle anymore to win against SMG, but SMG are forcing their base. I would say like they have so much confidence in whatever they are doing whenever they are invading, laning, walking in the map, having macro and micro skills. But on the other side, for Miracle so far, I think so good.
For Miracle, I wouldn't say so good. 2k gold disadvantage against a team that's so aggressive like Team SMG. Not to mention Sasa still farming up without getting any interruptions at all. It's going to be a bit difficult in the late game.
What about their late game though? For Miracle, what about their late game?
They have the Beatrix and Valentina, so some damage. And they have utility in the Diggy, who has washed the flash of the Oasis, by the way. So the time journey can be used as a saving tool.
Beautiful play setup coming in for the side of Team SMG. Guiding winds straight into the circling eagle, the pull Saksa through, and now they're instantly invading on the orange side of For Miracle, pushing out Lunatic's Panda once again. Miko, he's being annoying, but Xerox, he needs to maintain his farm. Unfortunately for him, he can only back up his teammates in the lane, unfortunately not press it into the jungle.
Miko is irritating, Miko is annoying, and he is playing those mind games to Lunatic Panda. He's just whenever or wherever Lunatic Panda is in somewhere, he knows that Miko is waiting just by.
Miko now has the flank of the Oasis as well, so it's going to be an equal shielding battle later on. But I think the big difference right here is Smooth, man. He's been around the place, and Miko just very casually drives by, gets some information. Can he get punished though? Smooth!
I think he should be fine. I think his eye for an eye came up a little bit earlier, but he doesn't mind getting pulled back to try to bait something out of for the side of For Miracle. 110 seconds until we do see the first Lord spawn of that game. But again, if we're talking about out of towers, it's 2-0.
Yeah, I think that at this point, I wouldn't say Team Miracle don't need a miracle. I'm not gonna like use that phrase so much, but Team Miracle at a certain point have to do something, because so far they are not even trying to respond. They are just on the defensive side.
You can't really do much when their laners are just losing 1v1, especially with Smooth going in there. Xerox!
Oh no! The counter-circling Eagle to get himself out of there. Very dangerous stuff with Team SMG. Walking up even closer. Panda quickly dropping the heavy spin on towards the clone, and that's a major ultimates. Big ultimates for the side of For Miracle's resources already gone.
That's a problem right here. They're just using all their ultimates defensively, so they're kind of getting a chance to really counter-aggress. Yahiko now trying to get something on Smooth.
He should be okay here. He should be totally fine. He's got the ult, he's got the eye for an eye. Doesn't even need to sweat it. I told you, his vendetta kind of cracked.
Yeah, you had so much confidence, Gideon, when I was saying that. I didn't have the same confidence about Smooth, but it seems like you know the guy so closely, because Petrify not needing to use that Petrify?
Well, here's the right moment to try and go for that Petrify plays. But right now, look at how For Miracle are playing, man. They just force the group together, and they're losing objectives left and right. They're not dropping any kills, but the gold difference is slowly but surely catching up due to the farming speed of the members of Team SMG. And look at Sasa, dude. He is 2 levels ahead, probably leagues difference in gold. As Miko just does this casual certain Eagle, it looks troll, but he's getting a lot of information for his team right here.
Yes, he does.
I need your insight, Arashi, about this. So is a 5v5 like a fight, like all 10 members on the screen fighting together? Who is supposedly gonna win 5v5?
Well, that depends. I'm inclined to believe it's Team SMG, right? More sustained.
Because of the
good
gold
AOE
or
as well.
the composition?
Composition and gold, a bit of both. For Miracle, the only real advantage they have is the Beatrix with the AoE ultimates, but they won't even let him do that now. Shredding the Lord here, that's the true damage coming in from the carry.
The Circling Eagle has also been popped again. Information, Smooth and Miko continue to be a nuisance in For Miracle's side as a 3-Lord falls into the hands of Team SMG.
I don't know if I can count that as a win to Team For Miracle, but so far they haven't lost the life of Yahiko, and also they only got 1 kill behind, but that's why we actually expect in international events and international tournaments, we don't see so much kills as how much the mentality of the players, how much the macro skills matter, and how the drafting is. So 1-to-1 kill. Even though there's no much kills, there's so much happening in the Land of Dawn.
I think it's one of those situations where it's not even about the kills for Team SMG, it's about pressuring the enemy jungler.
Yeah.
Particularly if you look at the items as well, Smooth is up there, man, with a 1 to 2k gold difference. Lunatic Panda just can't get a good engage right here. With the wave clear though, they will be able to defend, and this is where a lot of people are saying Team SMG starts falling off, man. They don't have long range damage right here, and they usually fall victim to a good base defense.
Well,
so if For Miracle Esports can hang on right here, they still have a chance to come back into the game.
Well, that was my question at the first place. That was my question. Will Team For Miracle be able to make a successful or pull off a successful defense by having that composition? And I think Yahiko can buy some time for Team For Miracle.
I totally agree with you, Yasu. I think that this is, even though you are 8k behind, it's one of the more ideal situations for Miracle. Obviously, they would want to shorten the gap, but it's really not up to them. It's all about, hey, is Team SMG going to make that move, make that first move, make that first mistake, and then we punish?
Especially when they're up against the base right here. Team SMG, we've seen them play a bit too passive almost. This is that threshold right here where, for the most part, a lot of the core items are completed for Team SMG. This is the mid-game power spike that they can really take advantage of, but they're not, right? They're still waiting around in the jungle. They have started freezing the waves right here, so for Miracle Esports, it's going to be very difficult to still get the same level of income. So this is one way they can push their advantage. I think they're going to bank everything on the next Lord.
Well, based on my personal experience, I don't know about you guys, I want you to also share your perspective about it, or like share your stories with me. But have you ever seen such peaceful match, just 1 kill to 1 kill, and it, like how low was it in terms of kills based on your experiences? Was there something around that finished with a 1-to-1 kill? Like, can the game finish?
Oh yeah, easily. I think it's what we call MPL PH, where the entire league plays the game at a very high level.
So there is a league for that?
Oh yeah, there's an entire league. It's in the Philippines. It's happening in M5. If you don't know about it, now you know. But that's the thing, right? We're expecting a lot of action to happen, but Team SMG is one of those like slow compounding, like we'll start early and then we'll slowly build that up and eventually we'll choke you out once we claim everything across the map.
And they already did. They claimed everything.
Claim the whole jungle, but this is the problem with the freeze, man. A lot of the minions does fall to other minions, so here's a chance for Miracle Esports to get some gold income. They're gonna try and find some information, some vision to try and go towards the Lord, but it's gonna be a bit too difficult, man. Now they're on the run.
I think that today Lunatic Panda is gonna have some nightmares, and definitely those nightmares will include Miko, because he was seeing that man's face everywhere across the map. I would like literally just like have a round of applause for Miko. He was so annoying to a way that Team For Miracle cannot even move from their own base.
And now with the Lord coming in as well, they have a chance to go for a big fight with the Netherrealm. Now is when they go for a big all-in. It's hard to imagine them falling short in the proper fight, right? The goal difference between the Benedetta and the Terizla for one means that there's a frontline difference. Even between Kerry and the Beatrix, man, 3k gold diff, already having the win of nature.
Wow.
There's a chance he can just stay in the front there and just shred people down.
They are worlds apart.
Here it comes. The Lord is going to be able to charge in and crack open the first inhibitor for the side of Team SMG. They've got a synchronized split, but now they're trying to get on top of Clock and force him to use assault. Lunatic Panda tries to capitalize on it, and even with the retribution from Saksa to slow him down, that's 2 inhibitors down for the side of Team SMG. Barely interacting, but forcing the correct ultimates for the side of For Miracle. Now looking for the end. Saksa gets a great knock-up. Oh, saved by the help of the mid laner. It's not over yet. He manages to go and reset. Masarup is taking too much damage. The proc doesn't kill him, but Yahiko still holding up strong and very, very healthy. And worse yet, it just means that Team SMG will attempt and will succeed in getting the last inhibitor from For Miracle. But whoa, Smooth, hey, let's calm down. Pulled back and dead.
Oh my god, they are just holding on the edge. Team For Miracle losing all their inhibitor turrets, but did you manage to see that second skill from Diggy and then it was cancelled by the Akai Arashi? Like, there was a massive Team For Miracle.
Yeah, that's unfortunate as heck, but now Sasa gets pulled back. That's a reverse time gaining, but Masarup does not land the penalty zone. You gotta be a bit more calculative on that, and you have to try and clear on the reverse time. Like you mentioned, Yasu, earlier, there was a reverse time that got almost cancelled by Lunatic Panda, pushing Saksa away from the fight. Now Miko once again scouts with the Circling Eagle. Without any base turrets, seems like for Miracle Esports feels a momentum shift. They were able to get the kill on the Smooth. I was going to say it's a shutdown, but actually, he does not have a kill.
He actually got even his blue.
Miko does take that purple buff, though.
Yeah, purple. I'm colorblind.
Don't worry about it. We have another friend who's also colorblind. But I mean, for now, from the way that I see it, this is, I mean, it's a pretty slow-paced game, but it's very atypical of Team SMG, right? They like playing for advantages, and considering the real-time win rate, 67% to 33 seems about right.
Well, watching Team SMG before we come here to the wild card, I had to believe that these guys are robots. They just like move in a really synchronized way. They want the objectives. They are not looking for blood. They are not looking for team fights. And so far, I think that's quite much it.
Oh, hold on. Miko forced the flicker out of there, but that does mean that the heavy spin has been utilized. Doesn't get any benefits whatsoever, and I think for Miracle are going to call it here, right? Unless Lunatic Panda is going to live up to his name to steal this Lord, Team SMG secures another one.
Do you think that they could have engaged that Lord?
Well, right there, I feel like it's a bit too late. You're just a bit too into the party. And with a 11k gold lead, unless you get a really good setup, I don't think you want to risk it. Now they have to defend against the Lord, and I think the only real advantage they have is the tankiness, right? They have two frontliners compared to one. If they can both really zone Sasa away just for a little bit, that means that the backline can just be a bit more active, and we've seen Smooth get chunked down to half HP off the back of a single runner's apathy. There is a chance that Miracle Esports can catch him off guard yet again.
Well, Quack can make a surprising move against Team SMG by cancelling all their crowd control and even by applying some crowd control from Lunatic Panda, so they do have a chance to pull this defense off. But I think that it's gonna be so hard, even having that Beatrix and the clearance possibility.
All right, this might be the final moments. Saksa immediately finds onto Masarap, gets out of there with spatial migration. Smooth goes into the back line, puts the time ripple also, and it's going to be Nibiru's passion to try and hold it off. Both Nether Realms are going to be popping Smooth, goes straight into the base, and that's game number 1. The lowest kill count we have seen today here at the wild cards.
Breaking records, breaking bones, breaking everything. Team SMG takes game 1.
A clean execution, man. Reminiscent of the Philippines, like we were talking about earlier. What an insane performance. Everything was calculated, and they know when to turn it up. Before we were questioning their Lord usage, but look at that, dude. They used everything perfectly, and there was just no answer back from Miracle. They gotta try and solve this problem, either in the early game or in the teamfight executions, because it's just not working out.
Yeah, I think, you know, at least for the side of Team SMG, it really shows the experience, the target priority. It feels like they have eyes on all ends of the map.
Well, actually, from my side, I think that at this moment, at this exact moment, when Team SMG had something to say, Team 4 Miracle just had to listen and to listen carefully, because every time Team SMG was going in, they didn't hesitate in taking whatever they think it belongs to them, and actually it did belong to them eventually, because Team SMG wanted the turrets, they got the turrets. They wanted the gold lead, they got the gold lead. They wanted the Lords, it was just as easy as taking like a piece of paper and cut it to 2 pieces. So Team SMG was in control and in charge of this game, and they were in command of every movement. And as I told you, they were the ones who attack, and Team 4 Miracle just had the opportunity to defend.
I think that it begins in the laning phase, right? Especially in that EXP lane. Masarap was struggling hard, man. And even afterwards, he can really participate in the games as well, in the big team fights. But this is going to be your MVP. The man with the chewing gum, the man with the writings on his arm. It's Miko on the Mathilda. And can you, you know, it's just such a great performance and 100% kill participation technically, but you know, the amount of kills are very, very low in this game. He just knows when to go in, and his scouting was just so difficult to deal with. Just circling Eagle again and again, and even if Miracle tries to punish him, he just finds a way to turn it back around. Miko, man, give him utility heroes that can really carry his team, and he will make it happen.
For me, I think that Miko at a certain point, like by seeing that freeze item, he was planning on annoying Team for Miracle even further. He wanted to engage at a certain point and just like freeze.
Exactly, he can just bait out a lot of things with the guiding wind, with the circling eagle, and to a degree with the winter truncheon as well. So he can play a lot more aggressively, but you can see that his focus right here is to be that utility, right? He has the Flask of the Oasis, the Enchanted Talisman, and the Necklace of Durance. So his whole goal here is not just to go in and be the front line, even though technically there isn't a lot of front lines available. SMG, they're just that confident. And in the early game, despite their great start, they lost Sasa to this early game aggression. But afterwards, look at the plays, man. Cutting away members of For Miracle away from their safe zones. It just makes it so difficult for them to run away, especially because they have such low mobility. Like the Diggy and the Terizla, what can you do when there are people between you and your base?
Well, I mean, you just got to do what Team SMG do. Lay out a bunch of Legos on the floor, and hopefully when you're rotating, you step on one of them and it's too late.
And you look at the coordination right there. That was the heavy spin that canceled out the reverse time. But afterwards, Smooth was just a bit too zealous with it. Gets pulled back here with the reverse time, gives a kill away, but overall it's still fine. He was so confident as well, moving against 5 people, despite the fact that he was particularly squishy there, losing half his HP. And look at Miko here. This is a great move, pulling away the bombs from the Lord, denying the fast clear, allowing them to use the Lord in a more efficient manner.
Well,
I have to say, For Miracle have some good ideas. It's the execution, is it not?
Yeah, but actually there was one moment in the highlights that actually caught my eyes. I think that at a moment, Benedetta had all Team For Miracle aligned underneath the ultimate, but if it wasn't for the second skill from Diggy, it was just gonna be a really good, like, clean slicing moment for that Benedetta, and it just, like, it didn't work enough. I really wanted to see that smooth execution from Smooth.
And look at his emblems, man. He went with the Festival of Blood, he went with the Fighter emblem. It's all about that aggressive style. And it really worked out. 1v1 against a Terizla. Usually you would expect a Benedetta to struggle just a bit, right? Especially when you're dueling. But Smooth doesn't care, man. He just wins out in the clear. He goes around in the jungle. And if you look at how he was rotating, right? The rest of the team are going topside. He'll just farm up the bottom side jungle. So as a secondary effect here, Lunatic Panda also falls back heavily in the gold department. If you look at the gold right here for all these teams and the items, of course, Sasa in this game was completely untouched, man. In the fights, he wasn't threatened. In the laning phase, they weren't able to gank him and get anything meaningful. Everything from the turrets to the lore to the turtle right here, and even the purple buff, they only gave away 2 to Lunatic Panda. And it's not even just Saksa coming in and stealing it. Sometimes Miko and Smooth, they go in and they become a huge problem in their own right.
Well, I would like you to hold on to that, but I would actually want to ask Gideon a question. So, a 3-2 result is actually something that we will see, and like you said that it has its own league, right? So it is normal now.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the most normal in the world, considering that we have a lot of other MPLs going on at the same time, but it's definitely towards the highest level of styles. I mean, considering that the amount of gold from Sasa coming out at 754, even though it was an almost 16-minute game, still kind of surprising. It just shows that it's a play style, not being greedy.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, for Lunatic Panda, it just feels like he wasn't able to get anything really meaningful in this game. No real big pins, no real big catches, and if the idea was to use it for the neutral objectives, they really did not get a chance at all, man. We thought that with the double engaged threat, the penalty zone and the heavy spin, maybe For Miracle can get something, can really threaten something from SMG. But it seems like for SMG, they just dealt with it one by one, and they move on to the next thing. Very calm and calculated.
But for For Miracle especially, I don't think when we get to see all the damage from the players themselves upon like the other players, not the turret damage, I don't think that there was like so much team fights and like being pushed away. I think they were like playing so passive to a way that they just avoided playing against Team SMG.
I think they were concerned about the early game situation here. And against the Faramis and Mathilda, can you really blame them, right? We said it earlier, the first phase, Mathilda, Faramis, and Guinevere was taken from Team SMG. And that is a lot of super prior heroes that are usually pick or ban. So they have a lot of crowd control, they have a lot of sustain, and more mobility as well. So that on top of the carry pick is what makes it so difficult. Because even if they're able to get onto carry, can they even burst him down through the Nether Realm and the Guiding Wind? I don't think so.
Well, I think both of you are making some really good points here. I do agree with Yasu a little bit where they needed, like, For Miracle needed to try and bait something out of Team SMG. Maybe get an ult, or maybe wait for the spatial migration, and then maybe look for something to occur, and focusing down on Stormy in particular. However, on the other side, I think that Team SMG played this great, right? They made For Miracle react to them because of the advantages that they were creating in the lane, like you mentioned, in the earlier stages with the high mobility that they have. But at the end of the day, at some point, you need to be able to break even, and I think that should have happened once Team SMG had a 3.2k gold lead. Maybe For Miracle just needed to go in.
I mean, especially with the EXP lane losing so hard, right? You can see that for Miracle, they're putting their attention elsewhere, but the EXP lane like kind of did its own thing. And so Masarab there, not really having the advantage in mobility or clear against the Benadera, he just slowly but surely starts falling behind in gold and in presence as well. With the Akai and the Terizla just not having enough items to be tanky, how are they supposed to actually contest ground against SMG, right? They're trying to move in closer into the jungle just to get some information, and even then, they get poked down, they get hit again and again, and they were just forced to move backwards. So without your front line able to get in position, how are the backlines how are they even supposed to try and carry the game, even with their damage?
Well, I think it's time to spice things up, because there is a saying in Arabic that says, when you have nothing to lose, this is the best moment for you to risk it all. And I think for Team For Miracle, they have to risk it all for the next game. So I wouldn't personally like to see them play passive. I wouldn't like to see them playing defensive. Actually, I want to see them playing on the offensive side. I want them to play aggressive. I want to see what can Team For Miracle bring up to the table if they were the ones who was taking the risks.
I'm guessing Mardis or something along the lines like that, you know, something really early game oriented.
Probably, man, something a bit more dominant and a bit more reliable crowd control as well, because you can see that for the most part For Miracle, especially in the early game, aren't really deterred, they're not really scared to really pick a fight with SMG, but with an Akai, you know, with an Akai and the Diggy, there's not a lot of things they can really do to try and get a catch, you know, get some pickoffs from the side of SMG, so it makes things quite difficult. And I think for sure, you gotta contest or ban some of these heroes, man. At least take away the Mathilda or the Faramis, right? And the Guinevere to a degree, maybe they can pick it up as well.
I actually really agree with you. The Mathilda became a problem. It was like the kind of like the gel that kind of made this team that has a lot of mobility already have an extra layer of depth to it.
Exactly. And if you consider the fact that For Miracle were second pick, right? They were able to get 2 heroes first. They went with the Valentina and Terizla, and that's where the Mathilda and Faramis was just completely let go. So I think they must have learned from their lesson right now. So we'll see. Here is that shout out to Long.
Oh wait, was that? How many A's are there? Happy birthday!
Way too many. Way too many on this one.
Well, there's a lot of happy birthdays here today because it is an eventful night, and as I said, when you have nothing to lose and you have everything to win, you have to just do it all. You have to go all in, and that's what I'm asking from Team For Miracle, because after all, what happened?
Sorry, Lung just missed it. He looked back for half a second and was like, what? All right.
Focus, bro.
Oh, boy.
It's a big moment for us.
It is a big moment. It is a very big moment. And hopefully, you know, it's going to be something clean for the side of Team SMG. But as we were saying for Miracle.
Yeah, actually, as I told you, Team For Miracle have everything to win at this moment. And they are not in a really good position. They're not even in a good position at all. Because if they lost this match and they lost like 2-0, and yesterday, or like the previous match, they lost also 2-0, it wouldn't, not just like, it wouldn't look good for them. It is the end.
Yeah, they gotta find a solution that works right here. And maybe they have to play around with that early game, late game mindset, right? Like what exactly they want to do. If they want to contest against, for both teams, right? If they want to really contest in the early game, then they get the appropriate tools, right? Wave control, crowd control, burst damage. That's all the tools that are required. If they don't, then the utility to save your backline carries later on in the game and even early on from dives, and then just avoid all these hurdles, man. Just go for the trades on the other side of the map, and you can still get kind of close in gold difference if you go with that route.
Well, as we get into this drafting phase, we're hoping that For Miracle is going to be maxing out their strength stat in this particular game, and hopefully they'll be taking it away from Team SMG to bring it to a Game 3. We see Joy, we see Valentina instantly banned out for the side of For Miracle, Guinevere, and as well as Fanny for the side of Team SMG banned out.
Well. As we have spoken a little bit about For Miracle being in a really bad position, Team SMG are absolutely the counter, because right now, Team SMG, if they win this game, this is their ticket to go to the playoffs. So, SMG also have everything to win here, to not even be needing to go to the Falcons game later on tonight. So, if they win this game, they at least secure a top 2. So, they both have their reasons. They both have their own motivations in a way. But which motivation is the strongest?
I think for both, it's gonna be pretty strong, man. SMG to represent For Miracle, to pave the way for the next generation. We'll have to see if they can, if they can channel that energy into this game. But without the Mathilda and Faramis banned away, is SMG just planning to trade it? No, they go for
Nolan!
Wow, they pick up the Nolan, but now they can go for the Mathilda Faramis again, and who is Nolan supposed to target in that situation?
They kept the draft wide open just to take that Nolan. Wasn't worth it, Gideon?
Personally, I agree with Rashi. I don't think it might necessarily be worthwhile unless they've got an advantage when it comes down to the EXP. Because I'm thinking, if they're going Faramis, Matilda, that's like, okay, pretty good for the side of the Team SMG. If they add any more dashes, it's a good sign for Miracle to decide maybe Phobius as an EXP laner might be a potential solution.
Actually, I've seen Phobius like making Nolan players suffer.
Yeah, it's a strong pick against, but for SMG, they would rather get that Martis, so the Faramis is available if For Miracle wants to try and experiment a bit with that. Like you mentioned though, with a lot of dashes comes the threat of the Phobius. But yeah, I still agree. The problem is you pick an assassin and you're letting go all these stronger heroes. Now it's an assassin up against a strong fighter like the Martis with the backing of the Mathilda, right? We saw that earlier. Even against the Akai, the Mathilda can just 1v1 duel him.
And you can tell that SMG's Matilda, especially, and if it is with Miko, maybe they'll we'll see something shift on during the draft. But so far, I think Miko, will be the one who's playing Matilda, and he has proven himself at the first game. He's pretty at
Ooh, he has proved himself, and I think that, it feels like For Miracle. Yeah, after that first pick, they're prioritizing making sure, yo, Lunatic Mana, you're going to have twice the amount of farm than you had last game because you're on Nolan. But we cannot let this Ixia fall into the hands of Team SMG, especially when they have a Matilda. We've seen what it can do.
Asking the TAA right now, who banned that Ixia last game? Was it For Miracle themselves?
It was SMG actually in the second phase. First ban of the second phase was the Ixia, so this might be a bit of a power pick. And we were talking a lot about the waves, right? The wave control, the laning from both these teams. With an Ixia and a Lilia, that's a lot of wave clear. So there's a lot more ways for Miracle to be aggressive. The question is, who's going to enable, right? What kind of roamer are they going to pick to enable this Nolan, Ixia, and Lilia to really get their damage out? Especially with the Phobius secured for SMG.
So, is it time to have a TAG, a Tactical Analyst Gideon?
Don't worry, I'll tag in, no problem. Because I think in situations like this, Team SMG really need to consider the fact that, yes, okay, we've got some mega damage, but she's immobile. The only way to be able to close that distance is to take ground. So now we're looking for aggressive type supports. Enchanter style supports are definitely something to keep in mind, but that means that it's going to be squishier. I feel that personally, that if For Miracle is thinking about anything, it's about disengage, but it's also something that's able to peel. I'm thinking Lolita, it could be a possibility. Kufra sounds like a good idea, but it might be counterintuitive.
I think the Angela really comes to mind. I think if SMG don't ban it, it's going to be a real shame if For Miracle doesn't really capitalize. The combo of the Ixia and Angela, I don't know if you guys have gone up against it in ranked, but it does a huge amount of damage, and you also have the hard guard and the extra bit of healing, so it's almost like double sustain for the Ixia. And if you get ahead, you can 1v4 and to some degree 1v5 depending on how ahead you are. But the Esmeralda is what SMG try and deny. This is a signature pick for Miracle, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, they have a lot of shields going on at Team SMG, so I think it's a justified ban for me. But I've actually seen on the screen a while ago one of the audience, maybe 2, maybe 3, I don't know how many was there for Team SMG they were like doing with their hands 2-0, 2-0. So they are pretty confident that Team SMG can bring this home and can take this game to their favor. But going on to the second phase of drafting, or like the second phase of banning and finishing it by focusing the marksman after taking the Ixia. And on the other side, having a little bit both worlds.
Now I'm wondering if SMG, are they gonna pick the Angela instead? They went with like a double sustain kind of playstyle, but without the Faramis. You know, Faramis on the Ixia, you can kind of shut her down, right? Pop the Nether Realm. But with the Angela, it's a bit more intuitive. But no, they go for the Arlet instead right here. It's going to be in the EXP lane. So a strong EXP laner, we've seen what Smooth can do with that. What will Masarap take to try and counter this?
But TAG, isn't it so much, or like, isn't it disgusting already in terms of shields for Team SMG? Do they need an Angela? Actually, if they put an Angela above this, I think it's pretty disgusting.
I mean, it'd be the hospital meta, you know? We'd be hitting our 911 emergency button if you're Malaysian, it's 999. But like, I think I agree with you here when we're talking about Angela, right? I think that Team SMG going for the Arlet is actually the smarter play because it's actually a really good way to punish the Lilia if she walks up too far. And now for Miracle, and I think, you know, Amox has good experience here, locking in the high, but also making sure that they are getting some strong laners like Yuzong to really threaten their opponent.
Oh wait, there was a fast pick. There was a fast pick. It's a Beatrix.
It is gonna be a Beatrix with that burst damage. It switched hands. It was in the hands of Miracle earlier, but not for SMG. I guess it works out, you know. There's a lot of damage right here that can be shut down by the Arlet and the Marcus as well. So for Miracle, they went back to the Akai right here, but they understand that they had losing lanes earlier that really made it difficult for them to get anything in game number 1.
Well,
so
I have a habit of guessing which team have the better draft. So I will let you tell me which team do you think won the draft.
I feel like on paper, just at a glance, SMG I think has the better one.
But I think that also for Miracle are bringing something new.
They are bringing something unique. Really a test of faith, a battle for the top here between Team SMG versus Miracle. Currently Team SMG at match point.
They are now at match point. They can take this 2-0 and fully sweep Team Miracle. We already came from a sweep, so we might just see another, right?
It'll be a big turn, man. We saw a lot of 2-1s yesterday, but today it's a lot of 2-0s instead, potentially. Well, for the Phobius, by the way, looking at battle spells, he does go for the Flame Shot. He uses it already very early on. This is a Phobius mid, by the way. Smooth is the one being in the EXP lane.
And Akai roam. Actually, while looking at Team Miracle, I didn't look so much towards who is roaming, but an Akai room, have we seen that work quite much? I haven't like actually seen Akai play at room that I already forgot that he is a tank. I got used to see him as a jungler.
Back in Indonesia, the term we use for a roaming Akai is a vlogger Akai. Because until level 4, all you do is a vlogger Akai.
What is a vlogger Akai?
Because all you do is just follow around and like, you can't really do a lot until you have a spin. So you're just moving around. Hey guys, look at the land of dawn. This is a great view.
I'm spinning. And that's it.
Well, he has to wait for the level 4 first. That's the main problem. Now Lunatic Panda though.
Oh, the flicker coming up from Smooth, forcing Lunatic Panda to get on pop his ult to get the heck out of there. And Miko just consistently denying his recall.
Dude!
Let the man play the game, Miko. Come on.
Getting under his skin. He already got under his skin. Game 1 wasn't enough. Miko wants to last for a long time in the memory of Lunatic Panda.
But for Akai, back to that point, man, now it's a bit better after some changes to his kit, but it's still gonna be a long time before he gets any real impact. Look at the damage though!
Oh, big damage, really nicely done. Saksa secures it with the help of the Decimate, but unfortunately, Clock, he's just busy doing other things, right? He's got a lot of areas to worry about. He can't cover everything, but even on top side, we finally see it. The full barrage is chunking it out, and with the help of Lunatic's Band to make sure that he cannot get away.
Fights everywhere.
Fights are happening all the time, and Saksa making sure that he at least secures this turtle.
Well, oh, they are flying up there.
Oh, yep, Demonic Force once again. Box once more, and with the help of Miko, gets right back out. Miko secures the kill.
Miko enough. Leave Lunatic Band to be.
Man, they're smooth on their team, but Miko is an absolute smooth criminal right here. Getting his friends out, getting his friends in as well. Team SMG, they can really take over. And for Miracle, they're just a loss. What can they do?
Masara.
Even Masara falling behind here.
Yeah, I mean, they're just bleeding it all over the place, right? It's not like the laners are doing a bad job. It's what the jungle, provided with the help of the support, can really provide to your team when they are faster. And look at that. All that turret plating going over to the right people. Miko, gonna get on out there. No circling eagle for the time being.
Well, I don't know how much patience does it take to deal with someone like Miko, to be honest, because this guy has taken it so far, so far. He's so irritating, annoying. You can call it whatever you want, but you cannot call his performance forgettable. It is unforgettable. Miko is just living his life, his best life. Maybe he is the vlogger for Team SMG.
I thought was the vlogger, and look at him now. He's just waiting around. He has a heavy spin.
Watching.
Can he get something though? He's way too low. Ooh, Lunatic Panda secures the purple buff still. But this is the benefit, right? Now the Akai. Oh my lord!
No. Wait, the circling eagle. Okay. Miko's out. Miko's out. Miko thought that he could close the distance by using one of For Miracle Esports' members to get on top of Clock and maybe get a flicker out of him. But now, 60 seconds until the turtle.
We saw this adjustment before. When the Akai is a jungler, he gets harassed too much. Now the Akai is a roamer, so he can really play around with this combination, letting Lunatic Panda have more space. But so far, everyone else is still falling behind in the lanes, despite the strong picks they're going for.
Oh, here comes Smooth once again, using his marks to get free resets with his Vengeance, but still being annoying. Stormy has to be a little careful here. You can't walk up too far as the rest of the team comes on in. Miko with Circling Eagle on top of Clock's side and gets on top of Masarap. And at the same time, Xerox trying to zone them away. They lock it down perfectly. Set up here by Masarap is petrified. Black Dragon form to get his way out of there, but Stormy able to secure the kill onto Clock with the Demonic Force.
Lunatic Panda just chose to go. Is he gonna be able to go back?
And manages to flicker away, but it doesn't matter. It's Smooth making sure that Vengeance is paid due.
Team SMG, or actually Miko behind the scenes, is just controlling and playing mind games with Team 4 Miracle. Team 4 Miracle are having the same exact beginning. A bad beginning, a bad one.
And can now Saksa go for this? He does get the purple. Getting away. Oh, Miko though,
Whoa, buddy, let's count.
He's insane.
Let's have some peace.
Yeah, there is no peace. Team SMG, this is the most aggressive we've seen them comparatively to game number 1. But now, Miko, the guy,
What is going on?
Right.
Hey, time reversal. Let's just pretend that was time reversal
no one
there.
saw anything.
It's not like his cooldown is ominous flicker is down or anything. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, we don't look at the flickers, right? That's not important. For Miko though, because he does have all these mobility tools, and look at him, man. He is fearless, literally. He doesn't fear any chance of For Miracle making a play to really punish him. And who can blame him? Right now, nothing has happened just yet, and this mid lane Phobius is a huge problem. You would doubt it, but back in its heyday, it's big. Now it's still massive with all the dashes available to use.
It sucks. Just gonna easily retribute it away. This is so annoying. He's halfway through the river. Miko quickly delivers him to where he needs to be, and now they combine together to take out Masarap immediately after the Furious dive.
How much cold-blooded should you be to be like that, Miko? Miko have absolute no mercy. He's playing as if he was on the blue side. He's living inside the jungle, literally living. inside their jungle.
Don't forget about Sasa though, because he's also very active right here. He's 2 levels ahead of Lunatic Panda, despite the no-one fast clear, because of Miko,
True.
right? Look at where he is right now. He's not even,
yeah.
Lunatic Panda is not even close to his buff, and Miko is already there. Like, what's up? We're ready. And just like that, Sasa comes in, the buff gets denied once again. SMG, absolutely relentless.
Yeah, it seems like he owns that map, man. He just like, he is everywhere. He is doing whatever he wants, whenever he wants, however he wants. Miko is just a master at work.
Ooh, right there. Another Circling Eagle. Immediate cancel just to scare for Miracle Esports. And this is the problem when your roamer has been just way too active. With Miko just threatening the Circling Eagle and going in aggressively again and again, now it's a bit of a bait Circling Eagle. For Miracle can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Right? They just have forced to react immediately as if it's gonna happen. And that's throwing them off. SMG, man, especially the Miko-Sasa combination, they're playing like For Miracle owes them money.
Actually, this guy literally just woke up and chose violence.
I feel like in this case, it feels like they owe Miko money. He's like, hey man, all those grabs that you've been asking me to pay for you, I want that gold back.
He just walks into the jungle, yo, where it's at? Where the money at?
Where is my money?
And the thing is, For Miracle Esports can't shoo him away. They picked up this Lilia to really try and get dominance in the mid lane, but this Phobius is absolutely outperforming it. Now he's 1 level behind. I don't know if he even has the core items just yet. In a long fight, the Lilia can still be a big problem, but they can't be this far behind if they really want to try and have a chance.
Yeah, actually, speaking of chances, there's no chance whatsoever for Team 4 Miracle to breathe. They cannot breathe. They are suffocating, and the one who is the one who's causing all that is Miko. I'm just gonna shout out to this guy. He is controlling everything. Like if he was the maestro, if I was to choose a maestro, I would definitely choose Miko because he's holding the string. He's playing on every string.
He's being annoying once again, getting a good Soul Bloom onto Lunatic's Panda and chunking him out for like a good chunk of his health. He's down to 54% HP. I don't know how he's going to try and contest this, but Team SMG, they're purposely resetting this Lord so that the rest of Team SMG can actually cover the map.
They don't want the Lord, they want the fight. They want to fight.
You can be tactical with the Lord take, man. Now look at what the positioning is. They're just so impudent right now. They have 3 members on the Lord, and their main, what is supposed to be their main damage source is on the other side. It doesn't even matter, dude. There's just no opposition coming in from For Miracle Esports. Saxon's gonna get this Lord for free.
He should get that Lord for free. He deserves it.
He deserves it. He runs into like Lunatic Panda, but that damage though. This is why you're reminded that Mathilda used to be a mid laner, right?
Yeah.
Of course, there are changes now, but that damage, especially 1v1, is still nothing to ignore, dude. That is insane.
Well, I wonder, will we see a really good outplay coming from Miko since that Lord is approaching from the top lane and Team SMG will have the perfect setup as always. Minions are aligned, everything is looking really good and Team SMG just might take the game in a really short time.
Speaking of which, the final slash from Smooth has already been used. Same goes for the Star healing. Sharezu being propped by Masarat, but Smooth feels nothing. The shield's coming out from Miko, enough to sustain him for now. As he's trying to break through the Black Dragon form to zone them away from the inhibitor turrets. This high ground defense looking pretty good for Miracle as long as no inhibitors end up falling. Team SMG.
Minions coming.
Oh, they're not pulling the trigger just yet. This might be an opportunity.
Oh!
No minion. Oh, wait, locked down to Smooth. And now the move on. Smooth locked down. Can't do much. Doesn't get saved by Miko. And that's 1. That's 2 for 2. Trade.
It's still absolutely worth it for Miracle Esports though, and Sasa now in a duel against Xerox. The Shane just clear the wave, save the turret, but SMG, they want it bad. But have they made a mistake though?
They want to fight. They want to fight.
The Beer's passion already used, and now Sasa flickers. He sees the flickers, he smells blood. Doesn't secure the kills, but this is more than enough. Team SMG still maintain the 6.2k lead.
At this point, they seem like sharks. Once they smell blood in the sea, once they smell blood in the water, they just go for it. They just go hunt it down. Team SMG are more aggressive than they have been at the first game. 100%.
They just dove into that turret, man. I mean, they did trade 2 for 2 though. So in the grand scheme of things, it's worth it for Miracle Esports because they didn't lose the top turret either. Team SMG is a bit overzealous, wanting to try and extend their dominance here. Then I think they also realized that day one performance when they were just not aggressive enough, and I think it might have been drilled into them by their coach, like, yo, if you have the advantage, push it and don't let your opponents breathe. But now without managing the waves, they might just lose a bottom turret for free there.
Yeah, and allow me to use it again. Team Miracle at this exact moment do need a miracle to make this work out.
Yep, here comes the Circling Eagle once again, hoping to bait something out. The most that they caught. Wow, that was a shot. The most they got was the Black Shoes and chunking out Lunatic Panda.
Oh, by the way, in the previous fight, Smooth was the main target, but with the way the Vengeance works, right? How he can actually get through a lot of crowd control until the animation ends, he got behind Clock. That really was almost a good play. He was en route to be pushed into the turret, into the base of Miracle, but he Vengeance past Clock and he was pinned on the other side of the wall instead, which allows Team SMG to strike back. But now they've seen that for Miracle, they're putting up a fight and they are just scheming, right? Waiting for the right moment to really get a value play. But with Nico on the watch, they have to try and maybe bait something out first.
And it makes him live up to his name, Smooth, after all.
They know that they don't have Circling Eagle no more, but this for Miracle kind of want to walk up here. Suxa's level 15, but Miko
Where's the jungler?
And Stormy are making it difficult. He's in the mid lane right now. Lunatic Panda, he's 2 levels down, and he's trying to figure out a way in, but Smooth is just not letting him just body blocking him, literally man-to-man defense.
You can tell that Lunatic Panda was not trying to go for the steal anyways. He was expending the bulk of his stacks, right? To really clear the wave and farm up the jungle. Just trying to get it out of the way before Team SMG come barreling in with the Lord. Looking at the items here, Club of Destiny still for Stormy, but the Ice Queen's wand, that is the danger, man. He lands one Demonic Force, and just like that, you are slowed in, you get hit with everything else, the eye as well, pulling you back. And with the Flame Shot, by the way, for those of you just who are not aware, if he pushes you back with the Flame Shot, he can hit you with a Demonic Force again. So that is an extra 1 jump, technically, which is why a lot of Phobias always brings it into brings that battle spell as well.
Yeah, and I'll tell you for sure that there was something also that we didn't mention. There is a lot of miscommunication happening from the side of Team Miracle because they divided into 2. Some of them wants to go for that Lord Seal and some of them wants to go for the Pive. Let's see if this will be the end.
As they start pushing in, 1 inhibitor has fallen, and 4 Miracle are just trying to hold on to whatever they have left in this game. 8.60, oh man, Sax's Assure's aura even is still pretty deadly. And Stormy not making it easy for Miracle to find that opening. Lunatic Panda, with the help of the conceal, loops around. They lose another inhibitor once more. But here comes Clock trying to lock down Saxa. The full barrage being inhibited. Saxa is able to tactically roll out of there just in time. And not even the Black Dragon form able to catch up and close that distance. No petrify combinations, nothing. 2 inhibitors and no kills to show for it.
I was going to say that their wave management isn't ideal, but now we're having 1 more wave back here after they've expanded the Black Dragon form already. They can go for play.
Oh, Black Shoes being forced out almost instantly. Xerox, he's got to be careful. He's got nothing left, no failsafe to actually protect him as the next wave collapses. They will be able to get the last inhibitor. Smooth finds forward with a final slash. Nicely played as he gets away from the crystal.
Speaking of Smooth, he's just so smooth, man, in executing everything he wanted. Final slashes, normal slashes, whatever slash you want him to do. He's just so smooth at every execution he has, but so far, Team SMG have done the same thing, focusing on objective, just a little bit more aggressive, and I think quite more aggressive than usual.
Yep, here we go, Demonic Force. Oh my god! Another final flash from Smooth to set Stormy up for success. The full barrage is there, but Stormy and Smooth look him in the eye and say, no more! Team SMG, take this next game. They've got no minions, but the inevitable has come. Mazarop will try his best. He's trying to clear these waves, but Smooth says no once again. GG, well played.
Team SMG without final slash. That was the only thing they needed. That was the only thing they needed to pull off to make it a clean sweep. And he does actually sweeps his enemy.
You see the audience just overjoyed, man, saying it's an easy
Easy.
Easy 2-0.
Wow.
Dude, can you even argue with that statement though? They made it look simple. For Miracle tried everything they could there, but every single thing they threw at SMG got like rebounded back to them even harder.
Yep, they weren't able to find those angles. They weren't able to find the plays. A lot of this was just a game of positioning. How do you position yourself against your opponents? And now they're gonna go with the fist bumps here. Wow, this has been so brutal for Miracle.
And to get in touch with the players themselves, let's go to stage and hear some words.
Congratulations, SMG. Let's give them a round of applause. Well done. You guys haven't lost yet. Okay, give me an inside scoop. Can we just show the camera? Miko, why? What is this? Okay, you have something written on your hand. Actually, we've been meaning to ask you that earlier. We saw it. It says ERDFIH/EX M5, and it says Pogi. Is that what I think it is? Pogi means handsome in Tagalog. Can you give us an inside scoop on what that is?
ER, early rotation.
Oh.
DF, don't force.
Don't force.
And then IH, inhale, exhale.
Inhale, exhale. Wait, hold on. Those things sound pretty simple, but why do you write that on your hand?
So if the match, pag sobrang hirap na po. Pag sobrang hirap na match, babasahin na namin para ma-chill kami. Lahat po kami meron.
Oh, all of you guys have it. All of you guys have it. So when
you cannot think in the game, just see your hand.
When the match gets so intense, you take a look at your hand for a reminder. Whose idea was this?
Ma'am Rebecca, our psychologist, doctor.
Oh, you guys have a psychologist.
Yes.
That is amazing. I think that's something that's not every team has a psychologist. And how is this sports psychologist? How has it helped you guys out in your tournaments? Like this one, it's a really important international tournament. Yes, sure.
Laking tulong niya po kasi nare-reset niya kami in-game and lalo na kapag nag-i-struggle kami sa scrims.
So it's a big help because your psychologist is able to help you reset in-game, especially when you're struggling. And it's also a good way to keep your mind in check, even during the times that when you guys have lost. So what a great start for SMG. Great job to the management. It's something that all teams can definitely learn from to make sure that you're in the proper mindset. Now, we have a birthday today. Long? Coach Long. Happy birthday. Okay, everybody, can we just all sing him a quick happy birthday? Everybody all together now. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Coach Long.
Thank you guys. Happy birthday. Sure that one of your wish is to make it to M5 and possibly win the entire thing. But other than that, what is your personal wish? What is your wish other than winning?
Ticket go to M5.
Other than the ticket. Other than the ticket to go to M5, what is it? You never know. There's a lot of people here, a lot of people watching. It might just be granted. What is it that you've been longing for in your life that you wish to be granted to you? Let's pretend you're blowing a candle. Let's pretend this is your candle. You're going to blow it, and then you're gonna say your wish out loud. Happy birthday, Coach Long. Blow your candle. Pretend it's a candle. You're gonna blow it and say your wish. Wow, the coach needs to be coached.
I think no. I just want to ticket go to M5. If other day I want to top 4 make the.
He wish he finds a what? A what?
No.
A girlfriend.
A girlfriend! Okay, coach. Like I said, There's a lot of people watching, and you guys are doing great. You never know, your wish might be granted. Once again, happy birthday and congratulations to Team SMG. Now we're gonna go back to our casters and see what happened in that game. Casters, break it down for us.
Well, to whomever was wondering, Coach Long is single. He is single, so yeah,
looking for a girlfriend
he
on
is looking
stage,
for a girlfriend
dude.
currently. So there's a lot of happy birthdays today, and also there's a lot of happy moments that Team SMG's fans are now living into. And by taking this sweep, clean sweep, should we expect Team SMG to do something great in the upcoming stages in the playoffs?
Team SMG, I think definitely we see the
Alright.
improvement, we see the adjustment as well. That's the worst thing to expect from a team, right? When they play multiple games and nothing changes, that's why you're quite worried because they might be stagnating. But for SMG, that is not the case at all, man. You're seeing the improvements, and now let's take a look at the MVP brought to you by our OG. It's gonna be your boy Smooth, the smooth criminal on that Arlen. Just finding ways to just be so efficient and yet so effective. Even though he's going with the more defensive build, we're seeing this becoming more of a trend right here. Tanky in his emblem and going for a hybrid item build. And with the Thunderbolt alone, as far as the backline members go, you can do a lot of damage.
Let's not forget the fact that he is looking to be dominant, right? And he's up against a matchup against Yu Zhong, and that's not exactly the easiest matchup in the world, and yet he is still making that first move.
Well, what was the breaking point for you, Arashi?
The breaking point in this game?
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Maybe it's going to show up in the
Yeah,
highlights
maybe.
here, because early on, it's just the mobility difference. Look at this, man. Like, how far is he about to, like, fly around? And afterwards, I think the issue is that they went for these fights here, especially with the objectives, where everyone is together, but then it wasn't set up. So slowly but surely here, for example, they jump on Masarap, they get him, and then afterwards, someone else will move forward, and then they'll get punished. So when you're up against mobility, you want to make sure that you don't get caught off guard, because that's the problem when you're mispositioned. But here soon, I think afterwards, when they're near the base, you can see that Smooth actually made his way to the other side of the wall, making it more difficult, and Stormy here just goes for broke. I don't know if he's going for Clock or Masara, but he figures it's time to go big or go home. And afterwards here, that's where it gets a bit sketchy when they were getting chased down. That is the moment, the opportunity that maybe could have been used more efficiently by For Miracle, but it was a bit too dangerous. And just like that, SMG, they just power through, make sure they cycle the waves, and it's just Smooth, man, doing his thing.
Yeah, actually, for me, yeah, look at this. I want you to tell us what just happened here.
What just happened? That's the
the final
obvious
slash
mid, bro. The final slash, of course, started off, but then Stormy comes in and just starts smashing. And what with that kind of damage in the mid lane, you see Phobius in the EXP lane, but they also have to like try and get a bit more gold. When the Phobius is mid lane, there's a lot more gold available right there, on top of assists as well.
Well, for me, I think that it wasn't about a breaking point as, yeah, Smooth got the MVP, but for me, the MVP is Miko. What about you, Gideon?
Well, I think that in these particular cases, it's interesting to see. I wouldn't say it's MVP worthy, but at the very least, it's impressive to watch Stormy play in that mid lane. Brave boy, he decides to go for the greedy option of the flame shot instead of taking your atypical flicker to get out of these tough spots. And yes, you have Miko, who is going to be as annoying as ever on this Matilda, but with Common Emblem, he can not only be aggressive, but he doesn't have to recall as often with the mana regen. Goes back into the mid lane, helps him out, and makes these rotations happen.
I think another big point right here, if you take a look at the items, is how really behind Masarap is. Every time he goes with the Black Dragon form, usually it means that the backline needs to back away. But for SMG right here, there's technically no backline in the mid lane, right? Because it's a Phobius. And Sasa on the Beatrix has the Wind of Nature, first of all, but also has enough damage so that if Masarap just starts flying around in the Black Dragon form, he gets melted down. So he can't even go in, he needs to go in like combo-wise. He can't just be a frontliner and absorb damage because nothing gets traded back towards SMG.
Well, the team For Miracle played more massive than the first game, even though they knew that everything at the stake. I think that's actually an interesting question for me. Why were they defensive again?
I don't think they had an option, man. Like I said, in the highlights, they were aggressive, but they just kept getting punished. And the carry actually is storming on that phobia, so you can really feel the damage coming in from those jumps, dude. That demonic force is no joke, especially when everyone can proc it, and your team can kind of, you know, help out and try to make sure that they get the mark, right? When the final slash happens, they get moved sideways. That allows for the demonic force as well.
I think in this particular case, For Miracle has protocols that need to be followed, or at the very least a standard list of conditions before they can actually make something happen. And I think one of them happens to be whether Arla is going to be in the area, whether Miko has used that guiding wind, because at the end of the day, as soon as that guiding wind is down, if they find anybody out of position, they can just look for a big full barrage to look for that pick. And I think that's the problem. They couldn't find that. They couldn't make it line up perfectly.
That's the problem when you have the Akai as a roamer. Like we said earlier, it's great, but for the most part, you're stuck vlogging until you really find that big moment. So just walking around in the forest, just like checking out the the land of dawn.
Are you guys good?
Until they can find that big heavy spin, it doesn't work. Which is why one of the only big moments for Miracle was that play onto smooth, but unfortunately just wasn't enough. They were also behind on gold, so they got. I'm not sure if they secured the kill actually. I think they did eventually. But at that point, they've used a lot of resources, and that's when everyone else just counterattacked from the side of SMG.
Well, I would say something. It is a strategy game after all. So, whenever we see how much Team Miko played on the mental side, that's crazy.
I can't get the image out of my head of Akai with an ROG foam going, "Hey, what's up, guys? I'm in a forest right now."
With a stabilizer?
With a stabilizer gimbal. Like, boy, I can't. It hurts. It hurts the more I think about it.
Shout out to Omawa for that nickname, by the way. Omawa was the guy who made it. Because earlier on, there was a game where the Akai really had no impact at all until later on in the game, right? So that's why he coined the term Vlogger Akai. Shout out Omawa.
So he was like hanging around, seeing if everything looked good, if everyone is comfortable in their places and everything, but let's see what's coming next.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major IP owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallets.
Where does my resolve come? #1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. You are afraid. Afraid that you'll lose everything. Do you ever get scared of losing, Kenny?
Well, big bro, I think we should cherish the joy and excitement of each game. Not who won or lost.
That's right. I'll strive for victory, but I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can get me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback. It's this round, it's this game now. Got the power on my shoulders. Yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor. I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. Can't get it great, I'm better than great. I play my own role.
Where does my resolve come from? Being a father, for one.
I got you like na-na-na, and you know.
They do everything to win, like that kind of mentality.
觉得我们队伍是一个比较敢打敢拼的队伍吧，就是无论在国外还是国内，我们都是一个很敢于去打架的。
China punya MLBB dia tak cukup lagi setahun. Masa depan mungkin dalam setahun setengah boleh kot.
I don't expect much from them in this wild card.
我觉得他们第一个season吧，应该不是很好啊，这个成绩，下一次可能好一点吧，因为他们才刚开始。
Yo no creo que KUG sea tan poderoso como dicen, como porque el otro equipo chino terminó mal.
我们想跟他们说的是，虽然我们才刚加入这个项目不久，但是不要小看我们。
Я считаю, что китайцы в будущем станут очень сильны. Я готов им отдать сразу второе место после EECA, поэтому... Should KBG be the team that we fear? We don't fear anything.
面对这些强敌，我会更加有动力。我会先学习他们，然后去超越他们。跟他们的差距可能在于我们游玩的时间没有他们长，经验没有他们丰富，但是我们在短时间内的进步其实是特别大的，所以我们自己都很有自信，觉得自己能从中出现。
China is a very smart region.
They have a lot of world titles in other mobile games.
คิดว่าทีมจีนเป็นตัวอย่างหนอดเข้าโมโหยังเกี่ยวเขาหลาย
我觉得未来中国是很大的潜力吧，对我们来讲一个很大的挑战。
他们对我们有期待，我们也会尽我们全力展现出自己最好的一面。
这是我们中国队第一次参加 M 赛，但肯定不是最后一次。
我们已经做好准备登上舞台。
Mi nombre es Aurora.
It's me, Clark.
ปล่อยชื่อว่าเจ็ดบิน
My IGN is Yahiko.
Soy el jungla y capitán de Imperio.
For Miracle Esports.
ในเมย์สปอร์ต
1 year ago, when everything started, we couldn't imagine that 1 year later we were going to be in Malaysia trying to get to the M5.
At first time when M1 came, we were like, wow, a World Cup for Mobile Legends. That's only for the big region like Indonesia, Philippines. We can just dream of it, we can just think of it.
The dream started when we make a company to organize tournaments in Peru. Popular game we organized was Mobile Legends. So my partner told me to make a team that plays that game, and that's how Imperial was born.
แต่ก่อนกับสิมีงานแข่งพอสมควรแต่เดี๋ยวนี้ก็รู้สึกว่างานแข่งเริ่มหลายขึ้นเพราะในลาวมันก็สิมีผู้เล่นเก่งหลายขึ้นเพราะมีทัวร์นาเมนต์หลายขึ้นเขาเจ้าจะตั้งใจสอบเพื่อให้ฝีมือตัวเองโดดเด่นขึ้นมา
The official tournament also came in Nepal. We can practice much, have a proper skills. We can grind more and be skillful.
Jugar contra Vidron Sans dentro de la Liga Latam fue una experiencia que nos ayudó demasiado para madurar como equipo, como personas y vivir el momento.
The experience of playing in Sao Paulo in front of Brazilian people, going for RRQ or Akira 2 meters from the players. Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. In the end of one of the matches, a couple of them ended crying because they're kids, they're 16 years old, no? And they've learned that losing is part of the game as winning. Es una oportunidad para pasarle en equipo, entre amigos y aprender, disfrutar. Vean mucho los otros equipos y disfruten. Nosotros hace un año no esperábamos estar aquí, estamos a un mes. ¡Let's go, Imperio!
After losing ISF, I was like, we're gonna need a coach. I keep on messaging each and everyone, and I found Amox is from like Wikipedia.
Other coaches doesn't want to take the risk at the new region, at the new team. For America, I can see that they have dedication. I told myself, let's be the first one to give them hope.
So I hope we can clear out the stage so that the next generation won't suffer that hard to prove their skills to the international level.
For America was still holding! There he goes! Loves the immortality! Gets the
To be honest, I would say 99% SMG will win.
Team SMG will keep their nightmares at bay in day number 1 the wild card as they
That 1% is the hope and dedication from For Miracle with the chemistry that they have for 5 to 4 years that is going to make us win over SMG.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. we have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Gedia's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
Grab only, savings and dami, your wallet sings tonight. Lucky ng bawi, pag nag-grab only, save 244
#1 seed, the champion of the arena. The fans adore me because I've never lost. Yet you are afraid. Afraid that you will lose everything. I won't lose myself in its pursuit. World Championship. I'm back.
Mobile game, of course it's China.
China.
Является Китай.
I think it will grow more because they do everything to win, like that kind of mentality.
觉得我们队伍是一个比较敢打敢拼的队伍吧，就是无论在国外还是国内，我们都是一个很敢于去打架的。
China punya MLBB dia tak cukup lagi setahun. Masa depan mungkin dalam setahun setengah boleh kot.
I don't expect much from them in this wildcard.
我觉得他们第一个season吧，应该不是很好啊，这是成绩。下一次可能好一点吧，因为他们才刚开始。
Yo no creo que KBG sea tan poderoso como dicen, como porque el otro equipo chino terminó mal.
我们想跟他们说的是，虽然我们才刚加入这个项目不久，但是不要小看我们。
Я считаю, что китайцы в будущем станут очень сильны. Я готов им отдать сразу второе место после EECA, поэтому... Should KBG be the team that we fear? We don't fear any team.
面对这些强敌，我会更加有动力。我会先学习他们，然后去超越他们。跟他们的差距可能在于我们游玩的时间没有他们长，经验没有他们丰富，但是我们在短时间内的进步其实是特别大的，所以我们自己都很有自信，觉得自己能从中出现。
China is a very smart region.
They have a lot of world titles in other MOBA games.
คิดว่าทีมจีนเป็นตัวอย่างนอดเขาโมโหยังเกี่ยวเขาหลาย
我觉得未来中国是很大的潜力吧，对我们来讲一个很大的挑战。
他们对我们有期待，我们也会尽我们全力展现出自己最好的一面。
这是我们中国队第一次参加 M 赛，但肯定不是最后一次。
我们已经做好准备登上舞台。
Mi nombre es Aurora.
It's me Clock.
ไปซื้อว่าเจ็ดบิน
My IGN is Yahiko.
Soy el jungla y capitán de Imperio.
For Miracle Esports.
ในแมสปอร์ต
1 year ago, when everything started, we couldn't imagine that 1 year later we were going to be in Malaysia trying to get to the M5.
At first time when M1 came, we were like, wow, a World Cup for Mobile Legends. That's only for the big region like Indonesia, Philippines. We can just dream of it, we can just think of it.
The dream started when we make a company to organize tournaments in Peru. Popular game we organized was Mobile Legends. So my partner told me to make a team that plays that game, and that's how Imperial was born.
แต่ก่อนกับสิมีงานแข่งพอสมควรแต่เดี๋ยวนี้ก็รู้สึกว่างานแข่งเริ่มหลายขึ้นเพราะในลาวมันก็สิมีผู้เล่นเก่งหลายขึ้นเพราะมีทัวร์นาเมนต์หลายขึ้นเขาเจ้าก็ตั้งใจสอบเพื่อให้ฝีมือตัวเองโดดเด่นขึ้นมา
The official tournament also came in Nepal.
We can practice much, have a proper skills. We can grind more and be skillful.
Bien, jugar contra Videtron Sans dentro de la Liga Latam fue una experiencia que nos ayudó demasiado para madurar como equipo, como personas y vivir el momento.
The experience of playing in Sao Paulo in front of Brazilian people, going for RRQ or Akira, 2 meters from the player. Brazil, Brazil, Brazil. In the end of one of the matches, a couple of them ended crying because they're kids, they're 16 years old, no? And they've learned that losing is part of the game as winning.
Es una oportunidad para pasarle en equipo, entre amigos y aprender, disfrutar. Vean mucho los otros equipos y disfruten. Nosotros hace un año no esperábamos estar aquí, estamos a un mes. ¡Let's go, Imperio!
After losing ISF, I was like, we're gonna need a coach. I keep on messaging each and everyone, and I found Amox is from like Wikipedia.
Other coaches doesn't want to take the risk at a new region, at a new team. For Miracle, I can see that they have dedication. I told myself, let's be the first one to give them hope.
So I hope we can clear out the stage so that the next generation won't have to suffer that hard to prove their skills to the international level.
To be honest, I would say 99% SNG will win.
Help of the support can really provide to your team.
The hope and dedication from For Miracle with the chemistry that they have for 5 to 4 years, that is going to make us win over SNG.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. The biggest cube over here has been the nexus of the stone.
What I saw from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.
you're inside, the energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I know, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great. If we stand tall and believe we can make it, you and me, with a sense of urgency, you'll see I'm better than great. I'm better than great. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm better than. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, girl. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. Lay our first, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great.
Welcome back, everyone watching us from all around the world. Here to wrap things up, here to put the final touches, here it is time to deal with some unfinished business today. Here at the cast desk, I'll be with you. I'm Yasu. I'll be joined by the TAA himself, the Tactical Analytical Analysis.
Tactical Analyst Arashi,
Arashi.
at your service.
And also I'll be joined by the TAG, currently a TA,
Big G, Gideon. Big G.
So I welcome you to the World Championship here, like in the M5 World Wildcard Championship. And there have been some wild events so far, aren't there? Didn't we like watch a lot of really wild picks, wild gameplays, wild strategies?
Wild conclusions as well. I mean, remember the upsets?
Yeah.
Like Falcon not coming out on top. Of course, there's more to that, but Falcon's getting defeated. SMG as well. Not really doing as hot as the audience was predicting. So we're seeing a lot of interesting developments, and we're really getting to appreciate the differences from the different regions, because we're seeing a lot of different play styles as well, which is exactly what we are looking forward to in this next match, dude. I can't wait.
Exactly. I mean, that's what it's all about. The internationals, all these teams come together, all thanks to the M5 World Championship, which is powered by Munton, presented by Qiddiya, and supported by ROG, the official gaming phone. Grab, the official Super App partner, and Secret Lab, our official chair partner. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors.
This event just wouldn't be possible without you, man. Thank you so much on behalf of all the talents and also all of us in the audience. I believe we can say that, but yes, thank you so much. Keep sponsoring. I mean, this is a great event, and we're so happy to be part of it.
Well, as we are thanking the sponsors, there's also a huge shout-outs as well to our global presenting partner, Qiddiya. Qiddiya is a giga project, a city. A city. I want you to imagine with me, a city that is being built in Saudi Arabia. It is the future capital of entertainment, sports, and culture. So, how can we keep up with Qiddiya's updates?
Well, you have to keep up, because Qiddiya aims to change the world of gaming and esports. It's not just a random city. So don't forget to follow @Qiddiya Gaming on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok, and stay tuned to their social media pages to find out more about a very exciting giveaway.
Well, speaking of excitement, aren't we excited to see not a tie-break game, but a tie-break match itself? This game is to put some final touches in the schedule.
I'm hella excited about this game. 1-1 for both of these teams, and we've already seen that some teams have already qualified here towards the upper brackets. But the problem is who is going to get the second spot in their own respective group. This is the last dance, South America versus Eastern Europe.
Ah, man, the last dance. What a way to conclude such a, to start, let's say, such a really great matchup, because Team Imperio so far has proven themselves, and also Team Umbrella Squad having one match to separate everything apart. What would you expect from such match?
From this match, I think Imperio is definitely going to bring out some crazy things. And yesterday, they showed great adaptability, but unfortunately, I believe they didn't really come out on top against Lilgun. So, against Umbrella Squad, technically not too different in styles, right? Still aggressive, still crazy in the execution and in the game plan in the early to mid game. I feel like it's a bit of a similar story. So maybe with that experience against Lilgun, they have found maybe something that really works against the kind of strategy. So that is what I'm expecting to see coming out from Imperio.
Well, I have a really interesting question that comes to mind right now. Team Umbrella Squad have played today, so actually they are still warm, they are still in the mode, they are still mentally here. And speaking of mental, actually, before we even start this game, there was like a mental discussion on stage between Team SMG and Mora. They were saying they are like fully into the game because they had a therapist?
A sports psychologist.
Now,
in recent times, and obviously in, more traditional sports psychologists are making sure that their athletes are in tip-top shape no matter what to help their consistency. And this is something that we're applying here in Southeast Asia. And some teams actually adopting the philosophy of having this, psychologist, therapist, sports psychologist to make sure that they get consistent performances in terms of how they think about the game.
And speaking of turning things, let's talk about turning up this game and turning up the level of this competition here at the drafting phase for the third game at the third day here at the first edition of the M5 Wildcard. Malaysia welcomes you to the first game between Team Imperio and Team Umbrella Squad.
Now we're in the drafting phase, and immediately I'm seeing Baxia, Wanwan, Arlet being banned out. And it looks like for Imperio at the very least, they're keeping up with their homework, Castle on Arlet, let's get that out of here. Let's not worry about that.
Especially since it's a great flex pick as well. I think Imperio want to be the one that can confuse you instead. They don't want you to be the one with the confusing, unpredictable draft. And on that note, by the way, about the sports psychologist, there's a reason why it's called an esports, man. We've seen what how important the mental component is, how the smallest things, like a delay, like a single moment, can really shift your mental perspective, and that has severe implications in the game, and to a degree, even in the drafts right here. So after seeing Umbrella Squad, you have to really wonder if Imperio, they might be a bit too careful, too respectful of some of the playmaking possibilities from Umbrella Squad.
Well, I think between those two, so far in the competition, we have something called an Aurora. We had like a really huge discussion, me, you, and Sadapa yesterday about Aurora's picks, Aurora Hero. So, and also on the other side, we have Troublemaker with that Gushan. So, I think that in this game particularly, we should expect to see, or we should expect the unexpected. A lot of weird draft, let's say, but perfectly executed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's what we want to see from either side, right? It feels like, at least for Umbrella Squad, as aggressive as they get, they're starting to come together as a team, setting up plays as 5 rather than smaller synergies. But if it does get messy, they can revert back to their old ways as they are mechanically sharp.
You have to remember that Fangor here hasn't been, the flashy highlighted player, but he's able to actually read into a lot of the intentions of his opponents so far. So for Imperio, I do feel like the standout player will be Marquinhos. When Marquinhos does well, he is so proactive and he makes the plays happen for his team all the way from the EXP lane. With so many roamers and mid laners kind of going toe-to-toe, the swing and balance in that EXP lane has been and could be the deciding factor in seeing who actually has the tempo in the early game.
Well, actually there is a pick that I really do miss throughout this tournament, and because we are speaking of new picks coming up on international stages, I really miss seeing that Eve, man. Eve had its own time to shine, but why is everyone ignoring her? She still have the ability to have slowdown effect, really good damage output, and huge space to just like make the team fight extend.
Honestly, I kind of miss the Eve too, and I think this might just be the situation for it. I'm not going to throw too many predictions out there, but looking at the pharmacist as well as Bruno, I mean, the real-world manipulation is a good way to kind of break temp HP and kind of keep Bruno in the box.
I think kiting is the main advantage of a Eve, right? Slows and movement speed boost, and that extra bit of utility, the immobilize from the real-world manipulation. Eve is a personal favorite hero of mine, so the fact that it's coming back in the meta, it got a bit buffed. The Void, what is it, the Void Crystal?
Oh, the Void Crystal,
right.
Yes,
Now it slows even more in the beginning. It's a bit more valid, but with how much mobility and how much divey and how much people flank around here, it's getting a bit more dangerous. But for the side of Umbrella Squad, they think it's still value because they take the physical damage version of the Eve as the Ixia.
Well, let's have some fun here at the desk. Let's have some guessing competition between us. I think that you both might agree with me that Team Umbrella Squad needs an area crowd control tank. Because with such heroes like Charizla and also the Ixia, they need the targets to be stabilized. So, would you expect to see which pick? For me, so far, I think that I would go with the Minotaur. What about you, Gideon?
I'm hoping so badly that Lolita gets picked up from
Yes.
the side of Imperial. I want to see a full barrage get reflected back at your own team in a full wipeout.
And you?
I've seen it. We've seen it before. I think we've seen it before, but very rarely. So it is a very fun sight to see. For the roamers, though, right? I think honestly, with the style from these two teams, something with a very quick and fast, unpredictable engage, like a Kufra, for instance, can be very beneficial. But credit to you, Yasu, you predicted the Minotaur priority. It's banned away, though, by Imperial.
So I have to pick something else now, right?
Go for it.
I do have to pick something else. So who is there? Who is there? Area crowd control, Franco's out, you took out Lolita.
The comeback of the Atlas. Whoa!
Oh, man. I think the Atlas is quite so hard to pull off here, right?
Well, back then, against the Faramis, it used to be one of the bigger counters, so you never know, man. There's so many times this Faramis has made an appearance. Maybe teams are just trying to experiment, trying to find something that can really shut it down.
I think if that's going to be the case here, then Diggy might be a little bit of a lead, a big lead for some of these teams. And I think especially if you were on the red side, you probably don't want to ban it out. You want to kind of let defender get in his head a little bit, overthink the situation. Because right now it's all about engage and disengage in the second half of the ban so far.
And speaking of like, what do we miss in this draft? And like I told you, I miss Eve already. And I think that team. Is it actually both teams who miss a tank? Maybe Faramis will like go to the rooming duty, but they go for the Hilda. Maybe the Imperial team was so annoyed by Hilda.
It also means that they might go for an assassin, by the way, because that's usually where the Hilda really shines. We've seen it work in various degrees of success. So
but
if it's gonna be an assassin here, it's gotta be some kind of dive.
Was it Aurora who took Yisun Shin and he was bullied by the Hilda?
Yes,
yeah,
it was Aurora with the still 100% win rate actually on the Yisun Shin. It might come out here, and it's not a bad idea.
No, I'd be so upset. I'd be so very upset if that was the case here.
Really?
Yeah,
but they had the Bruno back then with the Yisun Shin.
Agreed. But did they have the Dairon? Do they also have to ensure the armor shred? Because this is stacking armor shred compared to just, I guess you have the Worldie, but that's sort of it.
Ooh, she flies in. She can't do anything except cooking. Angela's here.
And she's comboed with the Yu Song as well. It's going to be a bit difficult. Now the Ixia pick is looking kind of vulnerable, man. Even a slight nudge from the Black Dragon form really cancels out that full barrage as well. So they're going to be really careful in how they really want to start the fight and how much damage they can output before the Black Dragon form becomes a big problem. So now, I think the concern for Imperial is that there's a bit of a split, right? The Faramis can't really dive together, and the Yu Song that might just dive all the way in the backline with the Angela. So for Umbrella Squad, I think crowd control is something they require.
Well, I think that at a certain point, Bruno will be like a king because he will have Primus on his side, and also the hard guard from this Angela. So, what was new? I was speaking of cooking, and I think that it is overcooked. It is overcooked. Let this guy cook. Let this guy cook.
Man.
Who let Aurora cook, dude?
He's in a honestly, he's been in the pressure cooker all this time, and he is famous for his Yishin Shin, but man, let's see whether this team, again, same matchup, it's against the Joy, whether he's going to find that same success.
Is it that Florent's first appearance?
Florent's first appearance for sure. So with that being said, it's a bit more teamfight oriented. I think the concern is that now you have two assassins that can try and duel it out in the mid to late game, but there's that global presence. One is the hard guard, one is the bloom coming in from the Florent. So you have to beg the question, which one is a bit more, which one has more impact? Because the hard guard comes in later, but I think it lasts a lot longer as well, technically.
Well, let's find out as we go into our third match of the day here at the M5 World Championship Wildcard stage. It's going to be the Umbrella Squad facing off against Imperio.
We have seen some quiet games, and I'm saying not quiet games as a lot of games, but really quite silent games without a texture, with that aggressive gameplay at the beginning. There was no kills at a certain games, like almost no kills, 2-1. I don't know, you can correct me, TAA, in a bit, but we want to see some action. We want to see something new happening, because both teams, not actually just Team Umbrella or even Team Imperial, both of them are cooking, as I told you, and I think maybe we'll have another taste this game. For
sure, with the Yisun Shin, with the Florent, we have to see if it can really work to its full potential. Because with the focusing mark on the Florent, it's going to be a bit more aggressive, actually. And Troublemaker with the signature Joy in the mid lane. Going to be that Lancelot. It's double assassin play here, both physical and magical. And look at the penetration stacked up. You're going to be able to use that to go for a steal here. But with the agilities, Imperio are trying to go for a chase.
Ouch, ouch, that hurts, but Morales actually now is a level ahead. Oh, he's not. There is a mirroring thing happening in terms of the map. Aurora is also doing the same exact thing that Marl is doing, and so far so good for both junglers. There's no invading happening whatsoever. Hilde is out, and a lot of the pressure is released. Let's say he is relieved, he's breathing a little bit, Aurora, and that's dangerous for Yisun Shin.
Oh, okay, Troublemaker, he's trying to get on out of there. Puppet on a string is going to lock him down, but he's going to quickly use his own vengeance to keep himself alive. That's a very big battle spell that they're not going to have for this upcoming turtle.
Was it Marl who was playing Lancelot really good today?
With the semi-tank hybrid build?
Yep, he was the MVP, I believe, for one of the games. Now Umbrella Squad are getting a bit more advantage, but it's level 4, man. Mountain Shocker, Netherrealm, a lot of huge power spikes here, including the Black Dragon form. It's best used proactively before the opponents are here. Castle, though, is in range for a penalty zone.
Let's find out as Black Dragon form has already come up with the Mountain Shocker to find their targets all towards Marl's side. He does have a slight level lead, but now he's in trouble. He quickly dashes out of the way. Now they have nothing left. Even the Netherrealm has already been popped, allowing First Blood to fall into the hands of Castle.
Yikes. Yikes. Team Imperio is just doing really good, but they couldn't take it all the way through.
Unfortunate, man. They went with the aggressive early game play, but they lack a bit of the damage. And now Ur might just get dove here. There's a lot of regen available.
Oh, he gets locked down instantaneously, and now the hard guard has to be popped to save his life. Electrifying beats, not exactly perfect. This might be the turnaround, and Ur, no patient, is able to get it just in that time. They denied it from their gold laner.
Look at the turning tables. One day you think that you will get that kill, the other day it's just the exact opposite. Ur and CP managed to take that kill down.
And you're seeing again the prowess of the Ixia in the laning phase, man. Bruno is super meta because of the strong laning phase, but on this Ixia, Black March is holding his own, the regen and the damage. I'm telling you, man, it's a big issue to really deal with when you're trying to farm, when you're trying to stay safe. For now, though, it's back to the waiting game. I think particularly for Imperial Esports, they excel in that big team fight. So for the most part, they're going to be willing to only use the hard guard maybe. every other ultimate is going to be saved up.
Oh, you're.
Okay, he's using the Thorn Rose, but it's really, really difficult, especially with the Angela so nearby. A 3, wait, hold on. It's going to be Troublemaker in the back, going to proxy the way, but it doesn't really matter. Cure is able to clean it up with only one single siege minion. Doesn't matter, but Aurora able to steal away a purple buff at the same time.
Just when Team Umbrella is looking the other way, Aurora is just taking his farm, living the best life he can live, taking everything, single thing at that jungle, but the question here, everything is a little bit, let's say, in a tie in terms of even the kills or the gold. I wouldn't consider 500 as a goal difference. Who's having the momentum so far?
I feel like in a way, even though it's equal, the fact that Aurora is getting a lot more value than Troublemaker, not Troublemaker, sorry, compared to Marl. Kind of out farming him. See, like it's 300 gold difference here. Marl though, trying to go and for something else. He's definitely feeling the pressure here because he's an assassin. Marl on the Lancelot, he will fall off. Whereas for Aurora on the Yi Sun-shin, by all means, it's a late game hero where the damage will really spike up. He is an assassin, but also a marksman. And later on, the Mountain Shocker will be massive when it comes down to those sneaky moves around the map. That all happens in the late game. So I think Umbrella Squad are the ones that are really pressed for time.
Yeah, as you said, eventually he is a marksman. He needs that late game damage. So Aurora so far is executing really good.
Oh, wait, hold on. Castle actually trying to get it canceled out here as the Black Dragon Force coming up super quick. They secure it, and that means that wow, they give it to Aurora at the same time. Troublemaker just does not have the damage. They proxy the way, but Mariko gets saved with the help of their farm. This is Nether Realm. Look at Aurora. The man is literally power farming now. He's going even further forward. He's going to get locked down, but it's totally fine. They're going to steal away a purple buff and take a mid-tier one at the same time.
When you are in the lead, you have to just take the best out of it. Imperio and especially Aurora knows how to farm, knows how to get his XP, and knows exactly how to play that Yi Sun-shin. Actually, I remember that Yi Sun-shin, when he was banned, we were wondering. Are you wondering anymore?
Well, not anymore, man. I think it has shown that it has worked out and he is absolutely comfortable on it. For now, though, Imperial Esports, I feel like the big problem they have is they are clumping up. Of course, that's because of the Faramis, but even earlier in that fight, after the Nether Realm is over, they were still on top of each other, trying to get safety from Troublemaker. But on the Joy, with the AoE of the Electrifying Beats, kind of a bad idea to really be in the same spot, especially because the stun from the Florin can hit multiple people as well. That is something they have to try and adjust.
Oh, get in the mid lane. Bashin, he should be all right here. He still has his Nether Realm, but that does mean that Retribution has to be used on the Aurora side. Puppet on string is going to help him with the traces to close the distance. He tries to get out of there, but Aurora says no. Finds one almost instantaneously. Castle comes in from the back with his penalty zone to try and pull them away, but it doesn't matter. Shadow Stampede helps Mark and Hero secure the kill once more. Imperio come up on top.
Just the order of everything, man. Imperio, knowing that there is no tower available, knowing that the Angela can give so much more movement speed, they chase down with the Yi Sun-shin in the forefront. Umbrella Squad tried to take something back, but Castle comes in way too late. No follow-up, gives it away. You gotta try and play the fights in a more orderly fashion, man.
It feels like even though Umbrella Squad are the ones who played today before this game, they are not having that momentum I was expecting. Actually, it is quite the opposite.
Wait, Marquino might be in some trouble here. Tries to turn this around, gets hit by the penalty zone, but it really doesn't matter. Even the Electrifying Beats didn't do enough with the help of the Hard Gun, and now with the Nether Realm as well, this becomes a 3v3. They're trying their best. Castle will tank as much damage as he can before Marl is able to actually anticipate and try to cut them off. They disengage, keeping them alive, and thankfully, Marl wasn't hit by the Ghost Bursters. That might have been bad.
Welcome to the Zombie Land. Welcome to the bot lane. There was literally an unending battle.
I was worried that the last Stampede was going to pull Marl back, but it didn't happen. And as a result, Imperio, with their staying power, right? The regeneration, the Nether Realm, they just stayed there and brute force the turret away. And just like that, Mountain Shocker is popped up with a worldie. Could have been bad, but that's just the problem. At every moment, for the most part, Imperio will know where are the members of Umbrella Squad, so they can be a lot more aggressive with the farming, right? Look at where Aurora was farming there, alone on the top side of the jungle.
But look at the difference. Look at the difference.
Without vision, he wouldn't dare to do that. It's now, it's a how much is that? 2.5k gold difference, and with the endless battle already built, that's a lot of true damage.
And 3 levels away from more.
Yeah, I mean, they've developed such a large lead at this point that it's going to be tough for Mal to actually keep up with the raw damage that he has, but he is trying to build defensively, right? He is getting the Thunderbelt at the very least.
Well, so far, I think that everything is going and everything is aligning towards an Imperial Esports first game. But Umbrella on the other side, we have seen Marl today, and we have seen how good did he execute that last one. And so far, he's getting so pressured into the jungle, and the jungler only needs one ruler, and that ruler so far is Aurora. He's doing so much damage, he's doing so much, and he's actually threatening to the limit Team Umbrella Squad's chances to go for the next stage.
Now Fashion has the Lightning Truncheon, so earlier in the bottom side, no casualties. That's partially due to the regeneration and lack of damage coming in from Imperio. Now with the Lightning Truncheon, it's going to be a bit more dangerous for Umbrella Squad to engage in these trades. But now they're doing the split push with the Angela, and it's a solid strategy, but with Assassins available, that could be dangerous.
Let's see if it's going to escalate even more, right? We're hoping that at least for Imperio, what's the endgame situation rather than hoping for Umbrella Squad to lose a fight or engage into them, right? What are these win cons for Imperio? What's the way that they're going to be able to crack open high ground?
Well, actually, looking that we are already almost towards that late game. Maybe we'll see a finish, a potential, but it's so hard because there's a lot of turrets left. I actually neglected, or not neglected, but forgot about here. He was just farming around, having fun, using his balls around, getting farm, getting damage, getting to it. So this guy at some point will be so dangerous.
It's about to be even more, but now limit testing coming in from Troublemaker, using his Vengeance and Electrifying Beats to judge how much damage he's able to put onto Aurora's side. Now that he already has the Holy Crystal, you're going to be able to get a Malefic Roar already. And that's going to be the outer turret slowly falling as the second wave of Lord Empowered minions start to crash in.
You see you're just cut in the back. He was flanking as a Bruno, dude. What is going on?
Ouch.
Now with the Lord, and the first Lord, not that tough, quite easy to clear. They're gonna let go of the Lord, let it get taken out, but they take away all the outer turrets and potentially a bottom one here. But no, I think the response is gonna be a bit too dangerous. But Marquinhos, whoa!
Whoa! You get now the full barrage as well on top of the penalty zone. Thanks to the Netherrealm, Beijing saves 2 of their members from death. They're trying to turn it around with Marquinhos. He finds the Petrify, but it ain't enough. They just get Black March, and now you're able to run forward, auto by auto, foot by foot, step by step. He will give absolutely no ground, and that's 2 inhibitors secured by Imperial.
Maybe even the base. Who knows? Maybe even the base. They are now going in and they might finish.
Well, they're looking for it. No minions, though. Yor's kind of low with the help of Stefe. He stays alive to sustain. They are backing out of there finally.
This guy's ball's on fire. He's literally just beating Team Umbrella, making them pay and making them face the consequences of their actions.
Well, speaking of which, we do see the Electrifying Beats. It almost kills Patient, but it just isn't enough. Aurora easily taking him out, waiting out the Vengeance.
Late game Yisunshin power, man. And the Bruno as well. Talking about the late game, we've been talking about this Yisunshin as a marksman. But Bruno, look at that. With the help of the Angela, he just stays there against 3 members in the base. Like, what even is that? It's an 8.1k gold difference, and with this next Lord, I believe unless something crazy happens, it might be the end. Umbrella Squad, they gotta try and do something. They do have the full barrage, some AoE, some tools to work around with. They have to surprise, right? Do something, initiate a trap, you know?
Well, Umbrella Squad, and this is something that happened by the fans. I've actually seen a fan here supporting Umbrella Squad with a squad, and that's bad luck.
Oh, wait, here we go. The fight's already begun, and Marquinhos is looking for an opportunity to get on top of Black March, and he finds it with a furious dive, forcing out the winds of nature almost instantaneously. But look inside the mid lane. Unfortunately, the wrong target for the Heartguard was
Aurora.
Patient is trying to get out there, but Aurora won't let any of this go to waste. He's here for the cleanup. Unstoppable as Black March finally falls, and also Troublemaker.
Yeah, they just might take this base down. They have so much damage by now, they can just go in.
Penalties own, and they went hard. They find 1, but it's just not enough. The sentry turret, he stands still. His flaming balls are making sure that you don't get the space. Door does it again to close out this game.
Aggressive play to end out the game right there. The hard card to the member that's not in the fight. Creative approach, absolutely, man. Imperio takes game number 1.
Yeah, he just like, he came all the way through from the mid lane having the hard guard. He was so trusted that the Angela chose to use the ultimate on him even though he wasn't even in the fight. But what we just saw was incredible. Literally incredible. They controlled the game once again, having 2 marksmen and having the almost the same setup, right?
Still 100% win rate on the Aurora, dude. Come on, how is that even possible? That is insane. I do wonder, was that a mistake, right? That looks good because they were so ahead, or was it planned? Oh, Yi Sun-shin is way too far. He's the main carry. Let's get in the hard guard so he can get to the fight as fast as possible with the movement speed buff.
Well, if he pulled that off,
a long shot?
if he actually pulled that off and he came in just taking a maniac, which was like, I don't see the future, but I was predicting to see that. I was actually looking for an Yi Sun-shin interference and then like hit after hit, hit after hit, and it's a maniac.
Yeah, I thought that was definitely a possibility, but maybe Marquino was the guy to get the heart guard, because at least he can hit multiple targets and he's very, very confident to do so. But you notice, as soon as that heart guard just popped onto the Yi Sun-shin, well, I might as well just commit onto Black Marsh at the very least. At least I can force something out of them. And he did, the Winds of Nature.
Yeah, exactly, the Wind of Nature gets used right there, and even though it was kind of looking kind of sketchy, I think Marquinhos absolutely made it work. But, of course, the MVP brought to you by the Republic of Gamers.
I'll give it up for him. He's cracked expectations time and time again. Well done, Aurora. Absolutely disgusting Yi Sun-shin. He should not be getting away with this.
Look at the balls. He was like, he wanted this. He wanted to get the Yi Sun-shin MVP.
It is destined, bro. He was ready for this. He knew he was gonna just bring in this Yi Sun-shin back into the meta, maybe even. And man, you can see the confidence in his play as well. He got some low sometimes there, and he just doesn't care. He just keeps going forward, knowing that he can out-damage, knowing that his team has his back. That kind of trust and coordination is what is required to have such a standout performance on a hero that has so many vulnerabilities, and yet still having so much success.
Let's not forget about the smothering in the mid lane, right? When you have Stefe, on this Angela, like, yes, he is aggressive, but I think he's playing more of a role where he is making sure that he's slowing down the enemy team. And then in addition to Aurora's Mountain Shocker, he can make some very clean decisions.
But actually, I want to see when you walk us through these highlights, how Aurora got so confident that he just goes in, grabs whatever he wants, whether it was like purple buffs, blue, whatever, he just takes.
Well, not just him though, the whole team was making outplays left and right, and generally the idea was simple, right? Use the Black Dragon form and go in. The problem is, for the side of, wait, I'm blanking out right now. For the opposition here, they just weren't in the right space at the right time, and they were kind of grouping together. So it's just a lot more difficult for them to actually get something really value. And even here, they get a full duration, full barrage, but the follow-up is kind of lackluster, right? Not everyone jumped in on that opportunity, and as a result, for Imperio, the fact that they have so much regen means they can stay in the fight for much, much longer, and that's exactly what Yu was doing there.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to play the game, especially since the early game didn't go in Umbrella Squad's favor, right? The smothering, and then eventually the scaling, and then you come to a point of no return. You're already in too deep, you just gotta roll with the punches.
Should we at this point admit that there is an Aurora meta?
Aurora meta?
Yeah.
Kind of, you can say that, because he really seems to really understand the meta, and even though his picks are off meta, right, they're not supposed to work, he seems to really see through that and look at the factors. Like, okay, what does this hero actually bring? What can we actually do? Oh, with the Yi Sun-shin, weak early game, but with enough support, it brings DPS, it brings vision as well. And his farming though, I think you have to highlight that as well. If you look at the buffs, not a lot of it was stolen, but the rest of the camps, right, while Marl was just trying to go in and get some of the camps from Aurora's side of the jungle, he was doing the exact opposite. And that is very smart, right? Mirroring the aggressive play, so in a way it becomes passive instead. They never met in the early game, and in the mid game, once he has some of the items, some of those power spikes, that's where he has that confidence to just go in. Sometimes even 1v1, and the worst case scenario, in comes the hard guard.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult. I think that especially for Umbrella Squad who want to find those like early leads, Imperial, if we're not even talking about the overall team fights, their laners actually played very, very well. They weren't giving away free kills. They weren't offering bad trades at all. They knew and respected their opponents, and by buying this amount of time and basically drafting around what Aurora wanted to pick at the very end, it works out. This is a well-oiled machine.
Well, you said that at a certain moment, it was a one-sided game since the start?
Since the start, I think there were, in the beginning, there was some dangerous moments for Imperio initiated by Umbrella Squad. But unfortunately, the rotations were fast, but not fast enough. The fact that Fashion was able to arrive is partially due to the Wildrunner's blessing and the agility he brought right here, knowing that the speed is just much more important. Sometimes we see Pharaoh Misses go for the Inspire for more cooldown, more spells, more Nether Realms. But here, with the fast pace that Imperio plays, he just goes in to ensure that he gets to the right place at the right time. And when he arrives with the Netherrealm, I think the fight in the bottom side is where initially things just took for the worse for Umbrella Squad.
It did take a little long for the Umbrella Squad to actually commit to this. It was like in that same period of like 2 minutes, 2 different attempts at trying to go for the dive onto your side and getting punished by it significantly. Like, Ishinshin developed at least a 600 gold lead in that period of time.
And if you look at the composition and the items, Fangor on the Florin, not as aggressive, can really help out with the rest of the team when they're trying to match the aggression. Even at the Flex of the Oasis though, when you're that far behind, yeah, the passive triggers, the shield is there, but it just wasn't enough, especially against 2 marksmen, right? And Ure even went with the mana boots to ensure that he can just keep spamming all the spells, knowing that the Angela is gonna be there. So in theory, he can just stay on the map indefinitely, because if he gets low, he can lifesteal back up, gets healed by the Angela. If he has no mana, then the boots will do the work.
Well, I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, when we saw the Yisun-Shin being combined with the Bruno by Team Imperial, they had almost the same composition, depending on just the XB laner to take in damage. So they just literally copy-pasted the draft, and I suppose they just changed the XB lane.
I think this is what we
is
call...
that a thing?
Well, yes, I think this is what we call variations to it, right?
Optimization.
Well, I don't know if it was an optimization to a certain degree. It's a little tough. Maybe I need to see a little bit more. Aurora, pick Ishinshin one more time. I'm begging you. I gotta see what you're doing different and why my ranked games aren't looking the same.
When in the ranked games, you pick the Yisun-Shin, you get flamed, bro.
I get flamed hard. I'm terrible.
It's not an option, man. People will absolutely hound you for it. But in the pro scene, with the right teammates, right, with the right support, 63,000 damage, twice from anyone on the side of Umbrella Squad, despite their aggressive style.
I would imagine that if you were in Umbrella, this particular odds, and more so with the way that the mid lane was kind of smothering every attempt that they had, adapting for game number 2, do they just ban out the farmers? Do they even consider getting rid of the Angela? Because I do think that Angela was a very big part of it.
Well, maybe there's a setup to it. Maybe it has to have a certain degree of, yeah, we want the enemy to take this in order to take that, and there are some calculations happening between the players and also the coaches. So I would actually say that it does need this setup to make it work, and I would actually like to know from the players, if I got the chance to speak with them, is that enough sustainability that you don't need a front laner, you don't need someone to take in some damage for you? And also, I want to ask one more thing. Do you guys think we will see a sweep? Because today we had 2 sweeps.
Is it the day of sweeps? It's possible.
Maybe.
I feel like the main issue with the draft was that Florin. I didn't really quite understand the idea, right? The only real tanky member that can really sustain and really benefit from that long duration healing is a Terizla. With that, they picked 2 assassins, and I guess they wanted to have playmaking on 2 sides of the map, right? 2 members, and then they can both be helped out by the global presence of the Florin. But as a result, no one can get locked down, and even though they do have the damage, we've seen it come across from the side of Umbrella Squad. No one is just standing there to be just deleted by the Lancelot and the Joy.
Well, I think that this is one of the situations where we have to really look into the identity of the Umbrella Squad, right? They develop advantages by actually winning out on that lane. And the Florin helps that just a little bit more. It gives you that very last auto attack to survive in these tight fights. And unfortunately, at least for Imperial, they recognize that. They're like, yeah, sure, if you want to fight, I'm just going to back away a little bit. As long as I don't fall off in terms of EXP and gold, should be fine.
Well, it seems that the drafting phase will start soon enough for us to know if there is an Aurora meta hero that will be pulled off, or like, actually after seeing this guy pose as a Yi Sun-Shin, I think that this was the plan since the start. He wanted to get a Yi Sun-Shin MVP, he wanted to prove that he has his own meta. We have seen him play Yi Sun-Shin, Roger, I guess.
Yes,
Roger. So far, did he was he the one playing Alpha?
No, he did not. Wait.
Was it him? Hang on.
No. I'm mixing things up here. I'm mixing things up. It's all starting to blur together.
A lot of new heroes.
Look.
It might be him.
It might be him, but this is why the wild cards are important, right? We're trying to see the up-and-comers from younger regions develop something in their own style, and I like it. I like it a lot, because when we look at the major regions, it's all standardized. It's so boring.
And they copy each other as well. So, I mean, we want some variety, bro. Get some spice up into it. So now, for the side of Imperial, will they just do the same bold move again? Pick a Yi Sun-Shin against a team that is notorious for abusing those assassins?
Well, there's no way to answer our questions but to get into the draft to see what's gone inside the heads of Team Imperial and also Team Umbrella Squad. So far, the bans will not include anything that we have seen from both teams. No Angela so far, no Bruno, no Yi Sun-Shin. Maybe there will be a respect ban, because so far he's like a 100%, as the TAA himself said, 100% win rate for that Yi Sun-Shin, and so far nothing new is happening in the draft, right, Gideon?
No, again, very, very similar style here. I think that Imperial are very confident that they've kind of cracked the code on how Umbrella Squad's overall picks are going to look like in terms of hero pool. I'm seeing the Nolan, I'm seeing the Arlan, as well as the Guinevere. Nothing too surprising. The real question is whether Umbrella Squad are going to change things up, because they've decided, you know what? I'm going to stay on the red side. I want to be able to have that very last pick.
Well, that's good and all, but now the first pick, what are they going to try and prioritize? They go for the 1-1, which means at least two heroes, right? I think they're going to let go of all the support heroes. I think that's the idea. So now, if Imperial go for a Faramis, let's say, they can go for a Mathilda Angela. If they go for an Angela, they can go for a Mathilda Faramis. It's been a very solid approach, and especially with the Mathilda, I feel like one of them has to ban it away, man. For Imperial, that means that Assassins have more space to operate. For Umbrella Squad, that means that they can also be a bit more aggressive here with their signature chaotic style.
Well, the hospital meta, as a wise man, I don't know who actually invented the term, but the hospital meta is the meta where like the supports are used, the healer ones especially. But so far, I think that favors Team Umbrella Squad if they wanted to take the Imperial style, but it's gonna be so hard for them to make it pull off, or like to make it work, because I think that only Imperial knows how to deal with such dangerous jab, because no front lanes, because just Yuzong that game, so there's nothing to rely on. Oh, and there's no umbrellas anymore in the audience. No one is bringing that umbrella underneath, like in the closed place, because some people might actually think that it brings bad luck.
Oh, opening an umbrella indoors?
Indoors.
Yeah.
Yo, are they getting hit with the Asian buff? We'll have to see, man. But with the Mathilda ban out, that's going to be the Faramis for Imperial. Looking kind of sketchy here for Umbrella Squad. Now the squishy targets have that extra life in the fight. So we'll have to see here. What is the response? What is so costly that they're willing to let go of that Faramis? The Bruno?
Possibly the Bruno. I mean, there's other early game marksmen that eventually scale towards the later stages. I think that Umbrella Squad, they might even consider Valentina here, unless Troublemaker is like, you know what? I've seen this before. Oh, a Faramis opener? We might be able to set up another Gushin later down the line, but we'll see what the opening picks are going to be. Because keep in mind that Castle was kind of having a hard time, not in the lane, but just in these overall fights. They might even lock it in early, but no. Instead, it's Martis as well as the Bruno.
I actually expected to see an Angela early on. What did I miss? What did I miss?
Angela not being there. Hey!
DJY shouting out Mr. T-Rex. Well, to see, man.
Where?
Earlier, DJY in the audience, he was shouting out, yo, hi, Trex, T-Rex, whichever version you like from him.
Mr. Wagner? That's my favorite one.
I was saying that Umbrella Squad, I thought that they will take the Angela instead of Mortis as a first big phase. Because right now, if you have an Angela alongside with that Paramis, isn't that the same combination? But again, it is. It is kind of the same. Having Paramis, Yusuf Shin, a front laner, and then it carries on with a healer.
It is very much. It is
a pattern here.
Yeah, it's very much the same, and I think they're confident to be like, all right, let's lock it in, boys. Straight away, going for the Yushin Shin, not going for a last pick one.
What? You asked for a third game, Yushin Shin.
And he has delivered. So, once again, thank you, Aurora, or maybe the coach. I'm not sure who calls the shots there at the very final draft, but still, it does give Umbrella Squad an opportunity to respond to this now that it has been just laid out in the open.
The supports, like Yasu mentioned, is still available. The Angela, Bruno, and Martis combo. We've just seen the Angela Bruno combo. The Angela Martis combo is also quite disgusting. So, for Imperio, I think it's going to be a bit dangerous, but wow, they bring in that Hilda, man. They're going to go straight in for the Yi Sun-shin. Trying to go aggressive right here, especially in the early game when the NetherRealm can give you survival, but you can't really match the damage output of these fighters. I think Imperio has to try and find something that can work here. Some protection or some ways to just lock down these fighters to avoid them getting towards Aurora.
Well, after seeing that Angela is banned by Team Umbrella Squad in the second phase of drafting, I would like to actually ask you both the same question. Would you consider Rafaela as an option in the absence of Team of Angela? I would start with Gideon.
Rafaela in this particular situation, it doesn't sound like it is the worst, but at the same time, when we're talking about the earlier stages of the game, it really depends, right? Does the Raf spot where the Hilda is early on before Hilda is already in enemy territory, right? And I think that's the one interaction that we have to keep in mind, because if Hilda is already past that back line, Yushin is going to get punished no matter what.
And the TAA?
Rafaela, huh? I feel like there is value because kiting is usually the solution to be used against fighters. So if they have a Rafaela here, they can boost themselves and slow their opponents. It's a valid strategy to be using, but you have to wonder where it's gonna fit. And in the early game, it also becomes another target that can be destroyed by all this aggression.
There is a respect ban. There is a respect ban for Troublemaker. They don't want to have any troubles with this man, but Castles seem to have an issue with that. He wants to cause some trouble in the land of Dawn. Gushin is out, and at the second phase of drafting, I wouldn't actually expect to see a certain focus on a certain lane, but wouldn't Team Umbrella Squad focus on the gold lane a little bit more because they have the Bruno?
They do have the Bruno, that is for sure, right? And I think that especially for Imperial, right? What are some of the better matchups for them? They need to be able to kind of do just enough, and I think Ixia, if they really want, is a decent way to deal with it. Clint, interesting clause here, because keep in mind, Clint is not exactly the most mobile target in the world, so if Clint gets into that backline and he doesn't have his recoil, then he's trapping recoil, then he's in a lot of trouble, and finally, we get to see the Kufra.
The Kufra that's so popular in Indonesia and Philippines. It's going to make big moments happen here for sure. And with the switcheroo, right, the Tyrant's Rage, Tyrant's Revenge combo switched up with the penalty zone. It's a lot of things that the Umbrella Squad need to be careful about. The Clint, though, it's good trading in the lane. It's amazing lead game. And compared to the Ixia, the range and AoE isn't as good, but there's more mobility. It is going to be answered by a Novaria, though. So I feel like it's quite even technically. It's only whether or not Umbrella Squad can really get that momentum going.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's going to come down to the roamers in this particular game. They're going to dictate the tempo, and if something is going to happen, it's because of them.
Well, speaking of technical, and because you are the tactical expert here, think that, and in this, I will go with Imperial. Quick, Gideon.
I think I'm leaning just a little bit more to Umbrella Squad on this one.
And you?
I think it's going to be, I would lean more towards Imperio, actually.
So we have 2 Imperial and 1 Umbrella Squad. But why did you say Umbrella Squad, though?
Don't worry. I'm going to talk about Umbrella Squad all day here at the M5 World Championship wild card stage, as currently their opponents Imperial are on match point on the blue side of the map, all the way from South America. They're going up against the Umbrella Squad on the red side, looking to make a name for themselves and making sure that their signature style sticks. And that's why I love them.
Yeah, you love them?
Because they are so aggressive. And also because Defender is one of my favorite players, but hey, you know, that's a side thing.
Yeah, that's a side thing. That's not definitely the main thing. So, at this match, we should expect to see something new, and they have delivered that so far.
Ooh.
Both teams have one opportunity. They need to take it to its best, because there's only one winner today coming out of here, and there is only one team that will go to the playoffs.
For now, I think Marquinhos, there was a very early flicker, but it kind of saves him a lot of HP. So overall, I think that was a great call. For Umbrella, they're trying to make use of that early game aggression for sure. You can see the dueling between the roamers right here. Steffe trying to make sure that Fangor can't get in. We've talked about this before, man, but Fangor, I believe it was Fangor, who has played this Hilda before. He doesn't really go that aggressive.
He does now.
Oh no, Marquinhos, he does, because of that missing. Wait, hold on, the turnaround coming in from Steffe halfway down the river. And even Aurora just looking for that opportunity. Quicksand Guard is going to make sure that Castle is alive, but Marquinhos, he's taken so much punishment, and now Steffe is going to have to receive a little bit of that to alleviate this pressure.
If you have nothing to lose and have everything to win, you should do as Umbrella Squad are doing right now. Play aggressive. Play aggressive, force, force, force. But who is a force of nature here for me is Aurora, man. He knows how to farm. He knows where to find the crabs, when to take them down. And so far, I think that Imperial are finding their base in their own way.
Mean team, man. Oh, the flicker! And 2! They all coming in from Castle, almost connecting. So very, very close. This zones them out completely. Oh my goodness. Just the lane difference in terms of EXP.
Aggressive, aggressive.
That's what you need to try and go up against this composition. The Hilda, like we predicted here, not as aggressive, still in the jungle though, but look at Aurora, he's still getting farmed. He knows he's going to lose a purple buff, so he just goes immediately to the orange, and this kind of decisive farming is what allows him to get so much more ahead. In the turtle fights though, I think Umbrella Squad definitely took the advantage there, but it's not a bad thing for Imperio to avoid engaging against a Martis, right? The last thing you want is for Marl to start snowballing, especially with the killing spree emblem, bro.
Well, how more aggressive can Team Umbrella Squad be? Because we have seen Aurora is the one who actually was bullying the jungle of Marl, but this time, everything flips around.
A potential 3v3 here as Fangor getting aggressive onto Aurora's side. Aurora is going to join this. This might just be first blood, but Fangor, he's out of there. He quickly pops the sprint, makes a run for the bushes, looking for any opportunity. Gets the will of his blessing. No, doesn't matter. Yours should be able to secure first blood for Imperial Esports.
3 minutes before the first blood. A very different change, right? A different situation for both these teams. But while they were all chasing down a Hilda, Marl is just constantly farming. This is the other aspect of this Hilda gameplay, man. It's not only being aggressive, it's also just denying a lot of time. Marl takes the gold buff and he'll try to escape. Can Imperio find something?
Flicker coming in from Marquinhos. It's a Steffe locking 2 against the wall. Even if you try to go for the Raging Sandstorm, you cannot get away from Imperial.
You cannot get away from such wombo combo here from that Kufra and also from the Trizla, but the fights keep on.
Troublemaker, he needs to land this shot. Oh! Vision, he was like, I'm not giving it a single chance. Even the flame shot being blocked perfectly coming in from Steffe. Top side, tier 1, broken down.
Lightning speed reactions coming in from Fashion right there. and that's a dangerous sign for Umbrella Squad. His netherrealm timing is going to be so important, but he does not have a Purify though, so there's a chance that Umbrella Squad can try and get something. The only real card control, unfortunately, for the side of Umbrella is the Raging Sandstorm. That's why Fashion can afford to go with his Flicker. Can Imperial come out on top in the early stage turtle contest now?
Well, revealing the map of, I don't know what to expect actually, but this team fight will start now.
Raging Sandstorm going to be landing on towards that by Steppe! Already down, Troublemaker finds him as the penalty zone comes through. Fangor is holding back as many people as he can, contesting it. Aurora gets the turtle, and Vision is able to take out Castle.
Explain what just happened, Arashi. There was a mess.
That was just Imperial being Imperial, man. Taking the initial engage, backing away. Fangor, unfortunately, was playing so much time, doing so much damage, but no one was with him. Eventually, he gets taken out. He is a roamer, and then just like that, with low HP bars, Ure and Aurora move forward. This is what's so crazy about Imperial. They don't move backwards, man. They don't get intimidated. They're willing to bring the fight to you despite overwhelming odds.
Well, let's take a breath here because we want to recalculate. We want to know why Umbrella are going down.
What a play! Aurora had a set idea of diving. Now they're going to commence the plan they had originally. Blackbox is trying to get on out of there, but it doesn't matter. Steppe is going to take that kill, even though Aurora probably wanted to secure it. Might be a counter engage coming in from Castle Lands 2 with a Raging Sandstorm. Tries his left with the Death Tornado. Marl finds one with an SMA, looking for a second opportunity, but the true damage coming in from Yor might just be enough. Marquino, he whips the penalty zone. Not like this.
That's unfortunate, man. I know Fangor and Ure going for a duel yet again. But man, that's the problem here. Usually the fighters can trade their lives for a marksman. Whew. But now there's two and Ure very subtly taunts with the recall. Let's take a look at some of the items, man. Ure and Aurora are on the same gold curve actually. Endless Battle for a bit more true damage for Ure, especially with the kit, man. All the spells proccing the true damage. And for Aurora, it's the War X done and probably an Endless Battle as well. A lot of DPS, but also a lot of burst damage, a lot of true damage. So even Fangor and Marl, if they stack up that physical defense, it might be a bit dangerous. They might need some more health before they can even go in all out for the backliners.
Yeah, it's so strange how things can flip around. Team Umbrella Squad were so aggressive at the early game, but they are now having a taste of their own from their own medicine. Imperio back on top. Imperio right now are taking everything, eating everything at the Land of Dawn. Aurora takes the turtle and everything is so calm, but I think there's gonna be a mayhem in the play.
Flicker coming in from Marquino with the penalty zone to try and lock down Marl. They don't find the kill, unfortunately, and that's the Netherrealm pop. Flame Shot doesn't connect, and Castle doesn't finish off the kills. Marquino does not get punished for this.
That was insane, and Marquino, he alone was able to zone away the members of Umbrella Squad. I guess Umbrella were just really concerned about the follow-up if a penalty zone does land. And now they're not done, they're still playing around this tower. The dives with the Netherrealm from Imperio were so neat, so calculated. And you gotta give a shout out again to Aurora on the Yisunshin. If you see how he's taking the neutral objectives, he is doing what we call in Indonesia the lambada, right? Using the passive, right? Whenever you move, you switch from close range to long range on the Yisunshin, you do bonus damage. So juggling the range with the Yisunshin becomes very important, and Aurora is showing that he can do it very consistently.
I bet he can do it with his eyes closed, to be fair, but here we go. Fangor might be in some trouble here. Steppe finds him. Good call coming in from Aurora, using that Mountain Shocker to get enough information to make this call fast and quick, and that's something that Umbrella Squad should be doing, but they don't have this type of info.
Imperial Esports are just one step closer to that play.
Steppe, you gotta stop this man, because he's currently on fire.
Where's he been hiding this coup for a pick, man? We haven't seen it so far. Now he brings it out and it's absolutely dominating. And on top of that, to make things worse, even in a full team fight, Umbrella, they're just falling so far behind against a late game comp yet again. The Clint, maybe the mid game is a bit lackluster, but the early to late and late game, that's where he shines. It's gonna be even more difficult because they do not have a frontliner, man. Castle is on a Khalid.
Is it a sweep day? It's a sweep day for some people, but is it a sweep day? Because so far things are going that direction. Things are going towards a sweep. for Team Imperial, but nothing is concluded before everything is settled down.
Look at the moves, dude, from Aurora.
Yep.
Subtle jiggles.
He's just dancing. Wait, where's the follow-up here? As now Aurora is able to close the distance. Marquino's already jumped in with a penalty zone, and they fire one on Troublemaker all by himself. Nicely done coming in from Imperial.
Well, you're just used the flicker to get a kill.
I think it's worth it. Yeah, I think it's worth it. And even Vanguard, there's nothing much he can really do at this stage, right? Whoa.
What? Why? Why did he
taking
use
it.
his ultimate there?
Yeah, he's taking it. He's trying to make something happen. The desperation is starting to show as the Lord creeps up right up to the inhibitor and is going to start cracking it open. Here's going to be the Astral Echoes, though. Doesn't seem to do enough damage. He needs a little bit more distance, but Black March, he's been trying his hardest to farm as much as he can. In the meantime, we'll take down that Lord. No other inhibitors are under threat at this point in time.
It is actually quite interesting that Team Imperial so far, whenever they are in, like let's say in the lead, they don't know how to synchronize the minion waves, or am I mistaken?
It depends, right? Usually you want to synchronize a 3-lane push, but depends. If you can really go for extended fights and go for multiple fights, then actually making them move one by one can be valuable. Marl, one hit away right here, and we're taking a look at an insane gold disparity. The Flame Shift doesn't land on your, but even if it does, only the magical penetration boots, the enchanted talisman, and the lightning truncheon in the hands of Troublemaker. The guy that usually makes so much trouble for his opponents have been tamed. And on the other side, the gold lane and the jungle staying on curve every single time. How is this even possible, man?
Yeah.
They're both on 9.1k gold, and they put the Malefic War, so Fangor won't even last that long if he gets caught.
Now, speaking of which, Steppe finds a catch on towards Vanguard once again. Mountain Trucker to reveal the rest of the positions, and they notice 3 other reinforcements waiting behind him. Imperial, they back up. Now here comes the Astral Echo once again. You're too far forward, can't react in time. Flicker up in 1, and Aurora fights the trade back on towards Castle side. Here comes the penalty zone patching 2, allowing Aurora to close in the distance. Steppe disrespecting in front of him as they keep on pushing forward. Finally it ends, and now the rest of this jungle will fall into the hands of Marquino and Aurora.
I was so excited there, man. I wanted to see a Maniac. I demand a Maniac on that Yisun Shin. He does deserve at a certain point to get a Maniac. This guy is a Maniac.
Did he not get a Maniac before? Or was it a different team? I thought there was a moment where...
Troublemaker got with the Gushin.
You know, Aurora got it with a Roger, I believe. I'm not quite sure. I might be mistaken here. There's so many crazy things happening. You can't even keep track of the Maniacs that we've been able to see in the wildcard so far. But with that chain of events, Ure has been, has been reprimanded for just overextending there. But Aurora has his back. Look at this farming speed, dude. This is insane. Late game. Shit, and a great Dragon Spear for Ure.
Oh my god, Marl's just getting chucked out by the Mountain Shocker mostly. And Castle, he's trying to get on out of there. They're too under-leveled right now. The base stats is too high. Imperial can do what they want.
Well, I was talking about that wave synchronization state, but look at that full half of the cup. I was saying before that, they were always in the lead, and they just like missed that point. But look at the full half, they were in the lead, and they are still in the lead.
Imperial?
Yeah.
For sure, man. I mean, it's almost like they used the Ure overextension as a bait. Everyone really committed, thinking like, oh, yo, we got the gold laner, the marksman, the DPS source. We can do this. And Aura comes in and just cuts everyone down. He doesn't even care. You know, using the traces forward there, it put him in a risky spot, and that's exactly where he wants to be.
Here we go. Luminous Lord is already in, and now Marl, he's trying to get on out of there. Castle dies mid-raging Sandstorm, and now they're going to punish them and pummel their way through for a full clean sweep against the Umbrella Squad. Imperial stands strong.
Imperial now secure their spot in the playoffs of the M5 World Championship wild card. What an amazing performance. What an unforgettable memories for the fans. Imperial Esports takes game 2.
This is Brazil, boys! Imperial Esports arrived with a bang, making multiple statements again and again, and despite being very transparent with their drafting, it doesn't even matter, man. They're just that good.
Look, this South American as a continent, just so well played all across the board. They are growing and they're going really, really fast.
But to know more about what's gonna happen, we should take a taste of the stage feeling. Let's go together.
Congratulations, give Imperial Esport a round of applause. This Aurora, well done, very well done. No English? Okay. Hello, congratulations, congratulations. First of all, I'd like to point out Aurora's Yishin Shin, 100% win rate. You haven't lost with Yishin Shin. And I'd like to know, why is that your signature hero right now, the Yishin Shin? Even though it's not in the meta, but you're still pretty confident using it and you haven't lost yet.
Usamos héroes que no están en la meta normalmente y nos dan con resultados. ¿Qué piensas tú?
Shisun es meta, es meta. Para mí, para nuestro equipo en específico es meta, Shisun. Sirve, funciona bastante, sí.
For us in the Pacific, in Latin America, it's meta.
Oh.
It's different, yeah.
And that is why you're doing so well. You're dominating, especially in the jungle. Out of everybody right now in this tournament, or possibly in M5 if you ever get to go there, who do you say is the biggest challenge that you want to face again to prove your strength? In here and in M5 if he gets to go there. So far in the wild card, who's the biggest challenge right now for him, a player, and who he's looking forward to in the M5 to see with his Yishin Shin?
Es Mobazane.
Mobazane. Okay. What about here in this? Is that why? So you're using his hero? Is that your idol, Mobazane?
Sí, hace mucho tiempo. También Roger, que eso está oculto, Roger.
Yeah, he's been using it a long time. Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking forward to seeing him. How about in the wild card? How about in the wild card right now? So he's able to see all the opponents. Right now, if you were... Congratulations, by the way, for securing the top 2. Now for the Group A, who would you guys like to face for the crossover match? Anybody can answer this. For the crossover match, who would you like to face?
SMG. SMG.
To SMG for
To
sure.
SMG? Oh, wow. Okay, the crowd likes it. But right now, SMG is the crowd favorite. How do you feel about, for sure, we're going to have this whole studio filled up. How confident do you feel about being able to beat them in front of their home crowd, in their...
Es un gran equipo CMG y vamos a intentar estar a la altura como todo buen latinoamericano.
SMG is a great team, that's for sure, and we're gonna do our best for sure in the name of Latin America.
It's definitely going to be a great fight. Now, do you guys have to your friends, the people in Peru and people in the region?
El próximo año, cupo directo para Latinoamérica, por favor.
Next time, a special place for Latin America teams directly to the M5, not passing through the wildcard.
Oh, straight. I agree. There should be one once again. Congratulations to Imperial Esport. You've secured the top 2. And I know our casters have a lot to say about that. So casters, break it down for us.
Well, isn't Aurora the guy with all the answers? He nailed every question. I would like to give a round of applause for him, not just for the performance, also for the answers he gave, because he wants to go up against the man himself, the Yisun Shin Master, MOBA Zayn, and not just that, he wants to play against SMG, and not just that, he wants an M5 pass.
He wants it bad. I can understand. You can feel it. Even though you may not understand the language, the body language, the tone, everything just reeks of passion.
You gotta love the confidence, man. And now the MVP brought to you by ROG. I mean, is there even a question? 8-1 and 10, one slip up, but for the most part, an insanely good performance. Aurora making a statement yet again, and also still having an insane interview, man. You just have to love the confidence. And he says he's gonna win and do their best in the name of Latin America, dude. That is such a great statement, and that's what you want to see, dude.
I want to see more of this, and honestly, I'm hoping that at least when their Super League decides to, expand a little bit more, have an English broadcast so we can understand what's going on there.
True.
Well, the quote of Yisun Shin says, "A true warrior never backs down from a fight." Is that, did I get, I think, I'm the one who saved my nation. Well, what was the quote? I want to remember, but my memory is not working. I will get back to you. I will get back to you.
Basically, having fight in their country and not backing up from a fight sounds exactly like Aurora. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here by Grab, where Fangor tried his best in the early game, bought some time, but overall wasn't really able to get a dominant shutdown onto Aurora. Afterwards, in the fights, it just seems like they're able to actually kite back so well. Fangor just not having any backup, doesn't really have enough damage output. And the rest of the team are just doing so well without the backline, right? As they are still occupied by the Hilda, it seems like the Tarizla and Faramis alone are able to keep the rest of Umbrella Squad at bay. And when that's the situation, how do you even come up here? In the mid-game though, it's all Steffe, right? All these pickoffs just came out of nowhere, man. We just did not expect this. I thought he wasn't in his hero pool, but Steffe just surprised all of us along with his team. And from there, Umbrella Squad were just in trouble. Big trouble.
Super big trouble, man. I mean, like, that's the thing. When you see these scaling comps, like, not get punished in the earlier stages of the game, it just becomes, it almost feels like a snowball effect, but this is on par. This is on tempo for scalers like Yisun Shin. And I like the fact that Steffe, in particular, really steps up this game, right? He's not put on a hero where he's looking to set for everybody. He needs to be confident, and with the information provided, he can do everything. And the whole team chemistry is on par with his momentum.
And even the individual performance there, right in the final moment, the play by Aurora to just secure the kill onto Castle, that was crazy. And you gotta feel bad for Umbrella Squad. It was a respectable attempt for sure. And for Castle, he went with the aggressive build right here, trying and get a winning lane. But even against Marquinhos, he was struggling bad, dude. 1v1, not really working out. Even when he lands the Raging Sandstorm onto the backline members, it didn't work out for his team either. That was the only one moment where they're able to get a pretty guaranteed kill onto Ur when he landed the Raging Sandstorm, but it just wasn't enough. Marl on the Martis as well, not even level 15, man. That's how much control Imperial really had in the mid-game. They completely shut down a Martis with the damage reduction, with the crowd control immunity from his own jungle.
I think a lot of this just comes down to the quick rotations from Steffe and as well as Fashion. Like, they really are benefiting a lot from this Wilderness Blessing in comparison to someone like Troublemaker, who it does take some time, but let's keep in mind, in terms of like ganking potential and reinforcements, I would much rather see a Farmis than a Novaria.
Well, I'd actually... What? A Farmis rather than a Novaria?
Yeah, in terms of reinforcements. One can save me, the other one is like, I'm just going to kill steal.
Exactly.
But speaking of which, having Yisun Shin at the jungle and seeing the double marksman, I'm not going to say meta because this is an Aurora meta, not like a worldwide meta.
Well, you can say it's like a Latam meta because Aurora was saying it's meta in his region.
So, do you think that we might see a double marksman as like a jungler and a gold lane, but with a Granger?
With a Granger, huh? Granger is like almost the exact opposite of Yisun Shin, right? Good early ganks, very good early clear. if you want to talk about marksmen in general, actually in Indonesia, among our talents, we've had this conversation before. How with the flexibility in the current meta, the old marksman type heroes that was so popular back then in the jungle can make a comeback, Yi Sun-shin being one of them. Latam has proven it can work, so maybe there's going to be a bit of a trend-setting situation. Maybe we can expect a lot more in M5 later.
Potentially, I don't know. It feels a little difficult because, again, these aren't teams who are, polished tip top, the tip of the spear, the cream of the crop. And obviously, when you're looking at these stats, it feels very good. But when you are comparing it to globally, and especially at M5 against some of the major region teams, that's when it's going to get really, really difficult. So I am hoping that Imperial does face off against Team SMG because, again, Team SMG, as we've mentioned right at the beginning of the wildcards, they're basically the gatekeepers, right? They're expected to win. So therefore, who is willing to challenge them?
And looking at the damage dealt right here, I think this strategy can work deep, but it's very situational, right? I mean, even in this game in particular, the highest damage dealt is Aurora and Ur because they are marksmen and they build damage, but also because it's a good pick in the beginning because they're up against a lot of fighters, right? We talked about the Clint pick. Why was it Clint? Why was it not something like an Ixia? Because now there's more mobility, more burst damage, and more utility overall, right? That can be a big threat. The same can be said about the Yi Sun-shin. Due to the passive, if you get too close to him, he'll hit you with the bonus damage crit once, he can trace this backwards, hit you again, and so...
To protect her.
For the Yi Sun-shin, which makes it a great counter to a lot of these fighters that can just run at them without dashes.
I mean, in this particular case, that's Castle, right? On this Khalid. As soon as you start using the Desert Tornado, you are just locked into that animation. Maybe you can sneak in an auto, but you've already used your empowered auto, so therefore closing the distance isn't as easy without the Raging Sandstorm.
Well, since this game has finished, and one of the teams is already at the top 2, right? Yeah, they secured already their top 2, and they are going to the next stage, which is the playoffs. So far, it is a sweep, a full sweep day. I wonder, when we pass it on to our colleagues, will they continue with the sweep of the day?
A sweep streak, right? If today, whether today is going to be all a 2-0.
We already have sweep streak.
True, exactly. So I think the later games are going to be a bit more difficult. But hey, it's the wild card. Like you just saw today in the first 3 matches, you just have no idea what is going to happen.
Truly, truly. It's difficult to predict some of these drafts sometimes, but at the very least, you can see the concepts and ideas that the other regions are putting on the table. Some, well, wear it on their sleeves. Others, it's hard to tell how deep their pockets actually go.
True. I mean, that's why we were so surprised with Stefe on the Kufra, right? All this time, it seems like he was playing all these other aggressive heroes as well, but we didn't see the Kufra. And we thought maybe, okay, they like the Yi Sun-shin, they don't like the Kufra, maybe they just don't play the same kind of heroes we're used to seeing. But then he pulls it out and just has a stellar performance. What can you say, man? We love surprises, and I think we can expect even more to really get exposed due to how much more intense the competition is going to get towards the final day.
Well, you can't actually blame Stefe for hiding such wild card until now, because it is the wild card after all, so no one have to pull all, or like to put all their cards on the table. They need to have a wild card after all. But speaking of wild cards, speaking of really intense matches, we should leave you guys to just take a breathe a little, and to also bear with us to go with the other 3 games. Let's see together who will be better than great.
We are here at Gamers 8 to show that we are walking the walk. We have had amazing reactions, major idea owners, and a lot of potential partners and stakeholders coming in here and taking a peek. Kidia's cube over here has been the nexus of this zone.
What I saw it from the outside is very mysterious. You want to know what's happening inside.
Felt like, this is an MMORPG, but R is not role-playing, it's real world.